The chamber having decided that it's time to start, I will call the Common Council meeting of Tuesday, November 12th, 2024 to order and ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Thank you. Alder Tischler. We see Alder Tischler is available virtually. Alder Revere.
Here.
Alder Revere is present. Alder Vitiver.
Here.
Alder Vitiver is present. Alder Wahelio.
Here.
Alder Wahelio is present. Alder Bennett.
Here.
Alder Bennett is present. Alder Conklin. Keep it open. Alder Curry.
See Alder Curry online.
Alder Curry is online. Alder Duncan.
Here.
Alder Duncan is present. Alder Evers.
Here.
Alder Evers is present. Alder Field.
Here.
Alder Field is present. Alder Figueroa Cole. Alder Figueroa Cole is present. Alder Govindarajan. Sorry. Alder Govindarajan is present. Alder Ugair.
Here.
Alder Ugair is present. Alder Harrington McKinney. Alder Harrington McKinney is present. Alder Knox.
Present.
Alder Knox is present. Alder Latimer Burris.
Here.
Alder Latimer Burris is present. Alder Madison.
Here.
Alder Madison is present. Alder Martinez Rutherford. Alder Martinez Rutherford is present. Alder Miadze. Alder Miadze is present. Alder Rummel. Alder Rummel is present. Madam Mayor, we have a quorum.
Thank you. All right, remind us.
Brett, I am here, so sorry.
Oh, thank you, Alder Tischler. And we see that Alder Curry is here as well. I will just start by reminding us, as I always do, that we're here to do the business of the people of Madison and ask that we do that with grace and kindness, and in particular, respect each other by refraining from the use of profanity in our remarks, regardless of our role in this meeting. We do have a nominally short agenda, and we will start with disclosures and recusals. Are there any disclosures or recusals on items on tonight's agenda? Alder Madison.
Thank you, Mayor. So I like to recuse myself from the portion of the budget involving crisis intervention and prevention service from within CDD budget. And I also like to disclose that I was one of two keynote speakers recently for Porch Light's annual event, which I was not compensated for and attended in my capacity as Alder.
Thank you, Alder. Are there any other disclosures or recusals? Seeing none, we'll move on to public comment. As a reminder, I will call several names in a row and ask that people be ready to speak when the person before you is finishing. It seems that most of our speakers will be online tonight. The first item we have public comment on is Agenda Item 1, the 2025 Executive Capital Budget as amended by the Finance Committee. We have one registrant wishing to speak, Jose Salinas of District 12. Do we have Jose? Yeah,
Mayor, I don't see.
we have him here in the chambers. Please come forward to the podium. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, everybody. My name is Jose Enrique Salinas. I have some proposals for budget. An engineering center, I think, would be helpful to the city of Madison and its residents for people that have blueprints, inventions that they would like to bring forth. I think it would be good for that, to have that, instead of us going through the 1-800 numbers we see on TV, because those guys are kind of giving us the runaround. I also highly, strongly suggest to think about a WNBA basketball outdoor stadium, and we become franchise players in the WNBA. There's like 32 states or 38 states that are not represented in the WNBA, and I think Madison, Wisconsin would be great if we were there. I also would think that a vegetarian fast food restaurant would be nice in the Madison district. I don't see a vegetarian fast food restaurant. And then there's two more things. On Elka Lane and Wisdom Road is right where I live. We could use a yield sign on the corner of Elka Lane and Wisdom Road. And then on Northport and Packers, there's a 35 mile per hour road that goes around these apartment complexes. which are closed off by a fence. And when you're walking along that road is just the sidewalk and these cars, and they're coming from behind you. And I think like a blockade wrapping around that area would be great. And that's all I have to say. Any questions?
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
This is the only registrant we have wishing to speak on item 1. Are there questions for the registrant? Seeing none, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, Alder Miadze, did you have a question?
No, I just wanted to make sure. I believe it's one of my constituents that has my personal contact information to get a hold of me, and we could definitely talk further offline.
And so Alder Miadze is your representative on the council, and perhaps Karen, you can make sure that he has Alder Miadze's email, and he can talk with you about your ideas.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, next item is item 2, the 2025 executive operating budget. Our first registrant is Carol Murphy of District 4, to be followed by Bonnie Rothenberg, to be followed by Jody Castaneda. Do we have Carol? Do we have Carol online?
Yes, I'm here.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'm an 88-year-old retired registered nurse, a grandmother, and a senior citizen. I thought I had made all of my arrangements and preparations for retirement, but then 2008 happened, and I lost everything. I raised 5 children as a single parent after a divorce, and I managed to get by. I went back to school for a nursing degree, and once I was working, I saved every penny. Then 2008 happened all of a sudden. I had nothing but Social Security to live on, and not much of that because I'd only worked for about 15 years after being a housewife and parent. I had no experience as to how to go about meeting my needs in this new situation. Fortunately, Newbridge, under their previous name, was there to help. At age 72, I needed help finding resources and how to get them. My caseworker at Newbridge helped me do this, as well as guide me through the process. She acted as an advocate, helped me meet deadlines, explained things, participated in phone calls to resources, corrected my mistakes, and was always available and reliable. As a result, I have a workable living situation and necessary resources. It is difficult to imagine where I would be today without this help. I ask you please support the proposed amendment number 4 to add funds to services for older adult services. There are a lot of us out here who need them and whose quality of life would be seriously affected without them. I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Bonnie Rothenberg of District 11, to be followed by Jode Castaneda, to be followed by Sharon Irwin Henry. Bonnie?
My name is Bonnie Rothenberg. I am 76 years old and have greatly benefited from older adult services in Madison. In particular, my caseworker at Newbridge informed me of various services and grants, helped to fill out and submit applications where needed, and arranged a home chore service. I have benefited greatly from these services, and they have helped me to live an independent and healthy lifestyle. Many seniors require assistance with computer technology, information, referrals, advocacy, food pantry delivery, home chores, medical equipment, activities, visitations, mental health resources, guardians for healthcare choices, and managed Social Security issues, etc. The lifestyle we enjoy now is in large part due to these seniors who have worked in various fields, such as education, infrastructure, city planning, farming, and goods and services. Don't we owe a debt of gratitude to assist them to have a safe, dignified, comprehensive, and secure lifestyle. Seniors now comprise 18% of Madison's population. I am in favor of the proposed amendment to add funding to the 2025 Older Adult Services budget, which will provide funding in proportion to the number of seniors, their needs, and requirements. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Jody Castaneda of District 10, representing Newbridge, Madison, to be followed by Sharon Irwin Henry, to be followed by Sable Wright. Jody?
Good evening. My name is Jody Castaneda, and I am the Case Manager Supervisor at Newbridge, Madison. I am speaking today in favor of the proposed amendment to add funding to the 2025 Older Adult Services budget. As case managers, we work to connect our lower income and marginalized older adults to a variety of community resources to promote household stability and maintain personal independence by identifying resources and coordinating services. We promote client self-determination while helping them navigate complex service delivery systems. Our work with a client begins with an assessment, often in the home, of each older adult's needs. We then develop a client-led or a client-centered service plan. We refer and arrange and coordinate resources to meet the client's needs. Monitoring and evaluation of the assistance provided for effectiveness is ongoing. We also are advocates for our clients in numerous types of situations. Case managers assist with numerous kinds of resources, including but not limited to accessing public benefits such as food share, Medicare and Medicare drug plans, housing, caregiver support, nutrition, maintaining their home environment, and as needed, abuse and or neglect. Our services are provided where the client feels best or most comfortable, whether it's their own home or their apartment, a public meeting place such as a library, coffee shop, or a senior center. We do this to remove any barriers in connecting with us. We are committed to providing services that are accessible and responsive to the diverse needs of our community. Our services are voluntary, so the client can choose when to start and or end the relationship at any time. In 2023, we provided case management services to over 940 Madison older adults, including a large number who are BIPOC or Hispanic. This number grows yearly as the need for older adult services has rapidly increased over the years due to the population increase in persons 60 years of age and older. Assistance with housing, particularly homelessness right now, accessing benefits, transportation, nutrition, and socialization continue to be the most urgent identified needs by our older adults.
You have about 30 seconds left.
I urge you to consider the impact that agencies, including Newbridge, have made throughout the years in providing services to older adults, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Sharon Irwin Henry of District 6, to be followed by Sable Wright, to be followed by Alicia Steele. Sharon?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good. I'm not very good at this on the screen, but I appreciate you allowing me here the time to talk to you. The Alders, Duncan, Madison, and Rummel, I am here to say that the referendum they asked for the PCOB to be fully funded and the $195,000 taken from their budget, which is almost half of it, should be replaced. I understand that it's taken a moment to get here, but you have to understand, and I feel that you should, and understand this, what it takes to create and produce a office in the Madison county, in the Madison for the government. It takes a lot. You have to know the referendums, you have to know your procedures and policies, you have to set all that in place, you have to find the people. There's been struggles, but we're here. We are actually here. The process has started. Please don't cut us off at the knees, because if you take that away, you're taking the data analysts, and the city's going to require analytical data, what's going on, who's doing it, and how's it being done. Otherwise, you're going to cut off. Again, And the $50,000 for people like me, the marginalized people, that's why this is set up. It's set up for people like me who don't have the money, who don't have the resources, and need to find a way to get justice. I've been doing this for 10 years. And I started with the OMI, where we came into the city and the city said, yeah, we're going to ratify this. And then when George Floyd was killed, it was decided that the PCOB was a necessary function in our city. With what's coming up in the future, this is going to be a necessary, really, really necessary. Madison is a city that's on the cutting edge. Why would you take this away? It doesn't make any sense to me. We haven't even begun. You should allow it time for fruition. That's all I feel. We need this. We need this. The marginalized people need an outlet, and you want to take the only thing we have away. Because if you take the $195,000 away, you cut it off. You killed it. You have killed the PCOB. That's not what I think needs to happen.
You have about 30 seconds left.
Not right now. This is for you to help us move forward. Thank you so very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Sable Wright of District 12, to be followed by Alicia Steele, to be followed by Jacob Winkler. Do we have Sable? Don't see Sable in the room. Do we have Sable Wright on Zoom? Doesn't look like it. All right, we'll come back then. Alicia Steele of District 12, to be followed by Jacob Winkler, to be followed by Amelia Royko-Maurer. Alicia?
Mayor, I don't see Alicia, and Sable was asked to unmute, but I still see nothing from Sable.
Oh, okay. Sable, you need to unmute yourself. There should be a prompt to unmute yourself. So see if you can find that, and we'll circle back around. Do we have then Jacob Winkler of District 15? Not in the room.
I don't see Jacob online.
Okay, let's try. Sable, try talking now, please. We still can't hear you. It might be muted on your side on a microphone, perhaps. All right, we're going to keep trying. It looks like the iPad might be Jacob Winkler, and I'll just remind folks that are online, you do need to show on your Zoom the name that you registered with for us to be able to identify you. Can we try unmuting the iPad? You whoever's raised their hand on the iPad, you should have a prompt to unmute.
Yep, they're unmuted on my end.
All right, folks, we're trying to work through your technical difficulties here. Sable, you look unmuted on our side, but we can't hear you speaking. And then iPad, you should have a prompt to unmute yourself. And while you work that out, we're going to keep rolling here and see if Amelia Royko-Maurer of Arena, Wisconsin is available.
Hi there, I am available.
Go ahead.
Thank you. This is Amelia. I do live in Arena now. All of my family lives in Madison. My partner and I work in Madison. Our lives, we grew up in Madison. Everyone we love is in Madison. I'm with the community response team. We are a group of retired officers, scientists, teachers, city workers, artists, business owners, attorneys who came together to get answers and make change after my dear friend and housemate Paul Heenan was killed by Madison police officer Steve Heimsness. Paul was unarmed, and my heart goes out to everybody on this call that has had to work through that type of trauma and has stayed with this effort. Thank you to all of you. When Polly was killed, our petition for an independent investigation and review shut down city mail servers. That's how prolific it was. The mayor called Alder Rummel, who then contacted me and said, "Can you stop the petition? Because people aren't able to pay their taxes." That's how strong the movement was for an independent investigation. And then unarmed Tony Robinson was killed, and then Michael Schumacher, and then Ashley DiPiazza, and 12.5 million in payouts in city lawsuits, not including overtime. I've sent all of you answers to Alder Amani's great questions about the difference between the PFC and the PCOB and the OIM. I sent a graphic that shows why the data analyst for the OIM is so different from the one in the city. I understand why the chief is saying what he's saying. He wants to get rid of the OIM's data analyst. He doesn't want lawsuits brought to the city. He doesn't want surprises. That's why you have civilian oversight. You don't want to be Chief Ray finding out that over a 3-month period, an officer who just committed homicide gave you 116 reasons to fire him in the 3 months leading up to that homicide. 116 reasons Chief Ray didn't know about, and none of the officer's colleagues told anyone about. So nobody wants to be in that position. Civilian oversight takes a bit to set up because you got to get it right. That's the nationwide standard. And the last thing I want to say, please look at those graphics.
You have about 30 seconds left.
Go to the source. Go to Greg, go to Robin, go to Shady with your questions. There are people circulating misinformation about this should be under the city's purview. It'll be open. No, it shouldn't. So many reasons why. And we have many examples of why. Go straight to the sources and please support the budget amendment authored by Alder Marcia Rummel, Sabrina Madison, and John Duncan. Thank you so very much.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Kristen Matthews of District 18, to be followed by Shadira Kilfoy Flores, to be followed by Brad Bowden. Do we have Kristen?
Yes, I'm here.
Go ahead.
Hi, good evening. I'd like to speak in support of keeping the offices of the Police and Civilian Oversight Board, Office of the Independent Monitor, and Data Analyst hold and independent. I've been an active member of the Community Response Team and a board member of the Social Justice Center for over the years, and I've witnessed the hard work over time that it took to formalize and instate the Police Civilian Oversight Board. I've seen the obstacles they faced as a group of community members coming together and having to go through multiple growing pains with little support in order to remain truly independent. And it took 3 hirings for us to get to the state where we have an Office of the Independent Monitor when Robin was hired finally. They now have intake forms and are receiving complaints. So as Sharon stated before, we're at the point where we're ready to go. Why would we shut this down in this time? They look forward to issuing recommendations to bring about departmental reforms, which will actually support our officers as well. We have been touted as one of the most powerful and diverse independent civilian oversight mechanisms in the country. We need these bodies to help reduce racial disparities and arrests in Madison, where we are among the worst in the nation for racial disparities in policing. I'd like to thank the Alders Rummel, Madison, and Duncan for co-authoring the budget amendment to restore all funding to keep the board and the offices whole and maintain their independence. I support this amendment as it stands and hopefully adding and allocating more funds along the way to both the offices of the Independent Monitor, Police Civilian Oversight Board, and Data Analyst positions. Thank you for your time and have a good evening.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Shadira Kilfoy Flores of District 6, to be followed by Brad Bowden, to be followed by Michelle Ellinger Lindley. Shadira?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Alders. Thank you, people of Madison, for voting in favor of the much-needed referendum. Yesterday, I didn't take the time to thank our veterans. I want to thank community organizations like YGB, MPD Policy and Procedure Ad Hoc Committee, the Alder Warp Group, including Rebecca Kemble, Shiva Badar, Don Morgan. I'd like to thank people from the city, such as Karen Capusta, Michael Haas. I'd also like to thank our inaugural PCOB, Keitra Burnett, for her leadership, our first executive subcommittee, Maya Pearson, Jackie Hunt, Ankita Bahardwaj, our DEI subcommittee, Yesenia Villapando, Ananda Deacon, our first hiring committee, Joshua Hargrove, Anthony Cooper, Sheree Wallace, City HR, Harper Donahue, our hiring task force, including Isidore Knox. I'd like to thank the community for their feedback. I'd like to thank other orgs such as Freedom Inc., Urban Triage, Outreach, YWCA, NAACP, CRT, NAMI. The list goes on and on. Rodney Saunders, who had applied for the IM position, ended up not getting the position, but is now a current chair member. As you can see, there are dozens of people who have put their time into this. Our first Common Council in 2015, who recommended the MPD Policy Ad Hoc Procedure Committee. We're talking not hundreds, thousands, not tens of thousands, but hundreds of thousands of hours. And so for the community to say, why hasn't this happened fast enough? When initially we were only supposed to have to meet quarterly, but these volunteers put their time in monthly, weekly, and daily. So to even ask why we should receive stipends when we are constantly the brunt of ridicule and sometimes harm. I implore you to use your leadership for the safety and well-being of Madison.
You have about 30 seconds left.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Our next registrant.
I'd also like to thank our current IM for taking the position. So I'd like to thank Robin Copley, and I would also like to thank our new data analyst, Greg Gullenbeck, as well as our new administrative assistant, Chioma. We have a phenomenal team, guys. We should be really proud of the work that our city has done. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Brad Bowden of District 10, to be followed by Michelle Ellinger-Lindley, to be followed by Nathan Royko-Mauer. Brad? Do we have Brad online?
Here we go. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Great. I'd like to speak in support of restoring funding that was going to be cut from the aging funding. And again, my name is Brad Bowden. For the past 10 years, I've had the privilege of serving as a volunteer rep payee for one beautiful woman named Ruth through one of the programs that supports aging. My work, which averages over 110 hours per year, involves managing her bills, monitoring her living conditions, discussing her health, and connecting her with vital services through the whole system. Because of this, she was able to remain in her apartment for 9 years before transitioning to assisted living. This personalized attention has not only saved taxpayers thousands of dollars, but has also preserved her dignity, independence, and allowed me to see her smile. Today, I stand before you concerned about any cuts to this already burdened budget. Any cuts would disrupt essential services for many older adults in our city. Residents who rely on this ecosystem to help them live independently and maintain their health and well-being. Let me put it into perspective. If you add funding to the 2025 Older Adult Program, it will support the lifeline for over 2,000 older adults who depend on community connection, health education, and programs designed to prevent isolation and disease. Those services are counted on by seniors. Without them, they spiral into more costly care options such as emergency room visits, hospital stays, premature entry into assisted living. So what seems like a financial cut today would translate into skyrocketing costs tomorrow. As a volunteer, I know that if my services were billed, they would cost around $95 an hour. Volunteers like me save the city untold amount of money, and reducing funding for that volunteer guardian services could jeopardize the well-being of many older adults who depend on us to make critical financial and medical decisions. I urge you to support adding funding, because while cuts may seem like savings in the short term, they will lead to greater costs, both financial and human, in the future. It's estimated that for every dollar invested in these programs, there's a return in reduced hospitalizations, emergency care, and institutionalization. Cutting those funds won't just hurt older adults.
We have about
it will
30
hurt our
seconds
entire
left.
community and result in higher costs. Thank you for all that you do.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Michelle Ellinger Lindley of District 18, to be followed by Nathan Royko Maurer. Michelle?
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for taking the time to listen to comments tonight. I wanted to speak about, as a few others already have, about restoring funding to the PCOB and Independent Monitor. I understand that there is an amendment. I've seen the amendment from Alders Rummel, Duncan, and Madison, and urge you to support that amendment to restore funding. We are just getting started with the Independent Monitor and actually seeing everything kind of come to fruition that's been happening for nearly 10 years. Madison has done some incredibly groundbreaking work. We've made history here in this process. And as Shadira had spoken about before, dozens and dozens of people and thousands of hours put into this process. Why would you take the funding now? It just doesn't make sense. Please just consider carefully not making changes to this and restoring the funding, keeping the money where it needs to be after so long of a process that so many have gone through to make sure that this is something that we have in our city. We have a chance to do some, again, really groundbreaking work here, and it's just starting to work. I understand some of those forms are actually just starting to come into the Independent Monitor. It's working. It's doing what it's supposed to do. So please consider carefully as you listen to these amendments tonight. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Nathan Royko Maurer of Arena, Wisconsin, and then we'll circle back to Sable Wright, Alicia Steele, and Jacob Winkler. Nathan?
Thank you, Alders and Mayor Rhodes Conway, and congratulations on your success with the referendum. I also want to thank the Alders who were not around when the OIM and the PCOB was first instantiated, who reached out to learn more about it before forming opinions about why it exists and why it should continue to exist. I'm also part of the community response team, and I'm speaking to support Alder Rummel, Alder Madison, and Alder Duncan as they present an operating budget amendment calling for the restoration of all funding for the Office of the Independent Monitor and the Police Civilian Oversight Board, as well as keeping the office whole and safeguarding its independence from city and police influence. This office has several important objectives. One is to provide the public with an enabling vehicle to hear complaints about their treatment at the hands of the police. Another is to mine the data that exists in MPD and city databases that might reveal whether or not people experience the effects of bias in the form of disparate arrest rates and adverse police encounters. The promise of this department is the revelation of the causes and sources of the race-correlated adverse experiences documented in the 2013 Race to Equity report. It's long overdue. Why should this department remain independent? Well, why don't we allow students to grade their own test papers? Why don't we allow politicians to count the votes after an election? In 2009, the Federal Aviation Administration granted Boeing the right to self-certify its aircraft through its own quality assurance and inspections. Anyone still feel like flying on one of their airplanes after several drove themselves into the sea, had doors blow off, and so on? You need independent oversight when there are incentives to hide defects of process and procedure by the people being overseen. It's not necessarily their fault that these incentives exist, and it's to their benefit that guardrails are put in place to keep the temptations at bay. That's why I ask you to respect the sanctity of the independence of the OIM and fully fund them to carry out their mission for the residents of Madison. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's try again then for Sable Wright of District 12, to be followed by Alicia Steele of District 12, and to be followed by Jacob Winkler. If we can get Sable, you should have a prompt to unmute. Let's see if we can make it work. And Sable, there should be a prompt for you to unmute yourself. You still are muted on our end. It might be useful for you to log out and log back in, and I promise we'll come back to you. Let's try then for Alicia Steele. Do we have Alicia? Not yet.
Hi, yes.
Oh,
can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, good. Thank you for bearing with me. Sorry about my technical difficulties earlier. I appreciate having a moment to speak. I'm here to talk about the amendment from Alders, Rummel, Madison, and Duncan, and to support that to restore the funding to the Office of the Independent Monitor and the Police Civilian Oversight Board. When Polly Heenan and Tony Robinson were killed, it was tragic and horrifying, and also personally very scary, because my sister also would suffer mental illness, and sometimes we needed help from police. That happening to them made it less likely for us to ask for the help that we needed in those times when we needed it. And that's just, those kind of incidents are just the tip of the iceberg. That's why we need independent monitoring of police. And I'm sure that the police that are, working well and everything's above board would support that as well, because it helps keep their coworkers also, doing the right thing. So I believe we need to restore the funding, keep the board independent, keep all of the positions funded, continue with the stipends, keep the data analyst, because that's going to be really important to have that data. Right now is just absolutely not the time to be ending this independent oversight of the police. I think it's really important that we continue this. We need to fully fund it. It's one of the most important issues, I think, to me in this city. And there is a demonstrated need for that kind of civilian oversight. And we can continue to be a leader in that. I think we need to continue that. That's why I'm here. And thank you for the time.
Thank you. Let's try then for Jacob Winkler of District 15, to be followed by Megan Spielbauer Sandate, to be followed by Sarah Camacho. Do we have Jacob Winkler?
Yes, thank you. I'm here.
Hey.
Yeah, so it doesn't make a lot of sense to me to be reducing the funding for this office that was created in part out of the 2020 protest. It's like we see this as an issue that the solution for which is more community oversight. That is what the activists have been asking for. That's what Obama's task force asked for. That's what we did. And now we're rolling that back. That doesn't make a lot of sense. Second point is the mayor's budget is offering $900,000 more to the police than they even requested for 2025. So that's like 5 times over. We could just fund this independent office instead. I also know that $800,000 of that for the police is going to community support services. And I don't understand why that we think it should go there instead of to this independent office that is run by the community and for the community. You want community support services? The Office of the Independent Monitor is where that lives, not under the police auspices. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Megan Spielbauer Sandate of District 15, to be followed by Sarah Camacho, to be followed by Erica Bach. Do we have Megan? Megan, you should have a prompt on. There you are. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Right. Thank you. Hi, my name is Megan. I'm here to state my support for the amendment that's been put forth by a couple of alders regarding the Police Civilian Oversight Board and the Independent Monitor. As a lot of people have already stated, so forth, is that there has been a lot of work and effort put forward by members of our community to get this started. And I think that if we as a community don't put that funding back into this program, we will back into the board and its opportunities, that we will cut it off at its knees and it will never succeed. And that we will never be able to reestablish this, is because years from now, where we might be looking at a budget proposal again, people will look back on this moment and be like, well, they didn't fund it then because they thought it wasn't working, whatever. And we will lose this opportunity that we have fought for a community to have, that people have volunteered their hours for. Particularly, a lot of the folks that got mentioned from Shady are people who have been spending their time in this community doing work, thankless work, spending hours for things that they're not getting paid for. But emotional labor is like, we cannot ignore that those are the same people have continuously showed up in this space to try and hold the police accountable for what they do in this community. And so I think that by taking away the data analyst position, not putting that funding back into it, that this will be a loss for our community. And I think that they have found, the elders who have put forward this amendment have found a reasonable way for us to at least get back some of this funding, make sure that the data analyst position, I believe, stays part-time, even if not full-time. And so I think that's a really worthwhile thing for the council to consider. We've seen what happens when Madison police departments hold themselves accountable. Tony Robinson's killer, Matt Kenny, is still on the Madison police force. That is what happens when the city of Madison and the city of Madison Police Department hold their police accountable. Killers remain on the force. So I think that we need a committee of civilians who are dedicated to supporting our people and making sure that our police force remains as much as they can.
We have about 30 seconds left.
What they have in their power, that our police force isn't killing its residents and getting away with it. So I thank everyone for their time, and I ask that you support this amendment and we keep our police civilian oversight board and independent monitor funded at the best of our capacity. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Sarah Camacho of Verona, Wisconsin, to be followed by Erica Bach, to be followed by Jim Kruger. Sarah?
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'm Sarah Camacho, Board President of Newbridge Madison. I'm here tonight to ask you to approve Amendment Number 4 that provides an additional $103,870, a 12% increase to the Older Adult Services RFP, specifically for case management services. We are incredibly grateful to Alders Revere, Harrington, McKinney, and Knox for their advocacy on behalf of older adults. The current CDD recommendation for older adult services reduces overall case management funding by 23%. The funding provided by Amendment 4 would be a welcome increase to nonprofit agencies like Newbridge to help us better address the growing needs and complexity of Madison's older adults. 1 in 4 Dane County older adults will be 60 and older by 2040. Older adults are living longer than past generations and require more complex care for longer. An alarming number of older adults in the community are economically insecure, and notably wide gaps exist by race and education level. Older adults want to maintain their independence but need help with obstacles that may arise. As you know, Newbridge is facing a 44% proposed funding cut that is spread across case management, home chore, volunteer guardian training, and older adult programming. We are hopeful that a portion of the additional funding provided can be used to partially reduce the cut to our case management services. With the current CDD case management recommendations, Newbridge would need to eliminate 1.5 case management staff. The 8 to 10 week waiting list for case management services would return, and 80 to 100 older adults will be waiting on help with housing and homelessness, food insecurity, transportation, benefits assistance, and more. While we are incredibly grateful for the proposed increase to case management services, I would be remiss if I did not point out that Newbridge is still facing a significant cut, particularly to older adult programming. Over 2,000 older adults across racial and ethnic backgrounds depend on free, accessible daily activities to maintain their health and wellness and to build social connections. We applaud the expansion of older adult services providers to include more BIPOC-led agencies and programming. However, sufficient funding needs to be provided so that funds are not diverted from core services like home chore, volunteer guardianship, and multicultural programming. We do not want to see some low-income older adults lose access to vital programming as the costs of healthcare and other services critical to their well-being continue to increase. Additional funding is needed to ensure consistent access across populations and programs. Please take a serious look at increasing funding for older adult services in the 2026 budget.
You've
For
got 30
context,
seconds
about
left.
$528,000 in programming was either not funded or reduced in the CD's recommendation document. Please vote to pass Amendment Number 4 that provides an additional $103,870 to the Older Adult Services RFP so our agencies can help as many people as possible in 2025. Thank you. Thank you.
Our next registrant is Erica Bach of Middleton, Wisconsin, to be followed by Jim Kruger, to be followed by Catherine Johnson. Do we have Erica? Erica, you're, go ahead, you're unmuted on our side.
Y'all hear?
Oh, you've muted yourself again.
It's my phone. I'm sorry. Mayor, I'm going to
Yeah, you're cutting in and out on us. Why don't you work on that and I'll come back to you. So let's go on then to Jim Kruger of District 12 to be followed by Catherine Johnson, and then we'll circle back to Erica.
Thank you, Mayor Rose Conway and City Alders. Good evening. I'm Jim Krieger. I'm the Executive Director of Newbridge Madison. I'm here tonight to ask you to pass Amendment Number 4 and reallocate $103,870 to purchase services for the Older Adult Services RFP. This proposed amendment, that's a net neutral to the grant fund, will increase the amount of older adult services purchased from nonprofit agencies to $941,910. This would be a welcome increase to nonprofit agencies like Newbridge as the demand for our services keeps increasing. The City of Madison Community Development Division is shifting its focus to fund more BIPOC-led agencies and provide more BIPOC services for older adults. Newbridge applauds the focus of increasing culturally relevant services for older adults in the RFP, but we are disappointed that sufficient funds were not allocated upfront to support this initiative and retain existing services at their current level. Older adults call for help when they are in crisis. The passage of Amendment 4 would provide case management services for an additional 80 to 100 older adults who would not have received them due to a proposed CDD reduction and funding for case management services for next year. This additional funding can help prevent wait lists from occurring, keep caseloads at a more manageable number. Staff will have more time to spend with each client and will help reduce stressors on clients and decrease the risk of staff burnout. If some of the monies from this amendment are awarded to Newbridge, it would help ease the potential $102,000 cut that we would receive that's currently proposed by the CDD to our case management services. We remain concerned about a $138,877 cut proposed by the CDD to eliminate city funding for the Newbridge Older Adult Activities Program. Without necessary funding from the city to support the expansion of the BIPOC activities that are part of their recommendations, a couple thousand older adults will lose the activities they currently depend upon from Newbridge for their mental and physical health and wellness and community connections. This will have a significant impact on many lower-income older adults who will be without vital activities as the cost of health care and other services critical to their well-being only get worse.
About 30 seconds left.
A special thank you to Alders of Revere, Knox Jr., Harrington McKinney for sponsoring this amendment and their ongoing commitment to supporting the older adult population. So we ask tonight that you please pass or vote to pass Amendment Number 4 and reallocate $103,870 so that we can provide more services for older adults in our community. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Catherine Johnson of District 6, and then we'll try again for Erica Bach. Do we have Catherine?
I'm here today to speak in favor of the amendment proposed by Alders Duncan, Rummel, and Madison to restore full appropriate funding and scope of the Police Civilian Oversight Board and the Office of the Independent Monitor. I feel disappointment today But it's not an unfamiliar type of disappointment. I think a lot of us have experienced this exact cycle in the city where citizens give strong voice to their concerns, their needs, their trauma, the harm that has been done year after year, and then we are offered below the bare minimum to repair that great harm and loss of trust, only to watch those paltry offerings defunded and disempowered until they're reduced to nothing mere years later after they are introduced. I will not be surprised if you choose to do that today towards our only mechanism for police accountability in this city that is not the police themselves. But I still hope that you choose the opposite. I hope that you choose to preserve this office in its entirety. I hope that you choose to preserve stipends for community members doing extremely hard, extremely difficult work in supporting those positions. Things like data analytics, which are super important for actually being able to hold police accountable for their actions. And I hope that you maintain that board's independence and ability to actually oversee the police. I hope that you choose to support civilians who are engaged, caring, and show up relentlessly for their communities by participating in oversight. As a member of this community and as someone who has seen and experienced the damage police violence has wreaked on Madisonians, I see this as an opportunity for you to step up and prove that your provisions and promises were not empty, that you have heard your constituents who have often felt unheard, and that you will not dismiss either their trauma or their hard work in creating mechanisms that will truly keep our communities safe or safer. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's try again then for Erica Bach of Middleton. Do we have Erica with us still? Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm here. Thank you, members of the body. Sorry for that earlier difficulty. I really want to say thank you to Alder Rummel, Alder Madison, and Alder Duncan for their proposed operating budget amendment. And thank you, of course, to the Office of the Independent Monitor, the Civilian Police Oversight Board, data analyst, and admin staff, as well as the chair. All of you have just shown up in such a way that lets us know that you've heard the community. I'm hoping that the Common Council will hear tonight as well. One of the things that I think is most important is for you all to know whether you were involved in supporting this decision originally or just joining the council now, but there are a number of benefits of police oversight, not just the individuals involved or those of us that are speaking out tonight, but the larger community, police and sheriff's departments, and even elected and appointed officials. Because the actual benefits that occur depend on how well the office is funded and how involved the groups work together. And so one of the complaints that I've heard from a lot of Madison police officers is that their previous chiefs, so for example, the Honorable Reverend David Cooper, many of his officers complained that he was willing to fall forward or that he was willing to change fast in terms of when things weren't working. And this is something that has not in any way been a fast change. Many of us have been petitioning for this transparency since 2012 and 2015. And since we know that the uprising in 2020 was a catalyst for making this decision finally come to reality, and that it's really only been in operation a very short period of time. And so I'm going to ask you all to committing to, if we're going to fall forward. And that is to say that we are going to lean in the direction of giving this continued effort, support, and funding, because these oversight agencies can really improve the quality of the department's internal investigations of alleged misconduct, of community trust. It's all of the things that the police actually want us to have for them, and that many of you who support policing would want as well. It's very odd for me. I ask you all to consider why something like this is necessary, because policing is one of the only professions where we would actually even think about asking them to wear body cameras, because otherwise we don't know about the transparency.
You have about 30 seconds left.
Thank you. While I'm not in favor of that funding, I'm going to fully ask you to fully support this funding to restore it. It's supposed to be close to $2 million actually, and we've barely scratched the surface. So please continue to fall forward and lean into this. It's innovative, it's supported, and furthermore, it's working. Thank you all.
Thank you. All right. Our next registrant is Tara Stangler of District 15, to be followed by Benji Ramirez, to be followed by Michelle Zarate Navarrete. Do we have Tara? Tara, you're unmuted on our end, but we can't hear you if you're speaking. Maybe a problem with your microphone or if you have a headset.
What about now?
There you go.
Perfect. Okay. Gonna start once again by saying my name is pronounced Tara. I'm not named after a plantation. I'm here to speak in support of an amendment to the budget that would allow the Office of the Independent Monitor and the PCOB to stay funded. It's ridiculous that we are here proposing budget cuts, knowing what we know about the brutalization of our community by the Madison Police Department, knowing what we know about the murders that have taken place within our community by members of the Madison Police Department, and knowing what we know about the mismanagement of funds within the Madison Police Department. I'm appalled that the city is consistently asking for marginalized communities to do free labor on their behalf, but I'm not surprised at all, knowing what I know about members of leadership in this city. The PCOB is meant to be occupied by people who are most impacted by police brutality, marginalized communities like people of color, formerly incarcerated folks, queer folks, etc. Without stipends, many of us do not have the capacity to be part of this process, and the loss of our voices will have lasting impacts on the community as a whole. This city has proven time and time again that they will not fight for marginalized communities. We have to do it ourselves. And the PCOB and the Office of the Independent Monitor are the ways that are one of the only ways we can do that in terms of justice from the police department. I also want to, again, remind everyone that our mayor sent a private video to the Madison Police Department in 2020, sympathizing with them about how hard it must be to brutalize our community and be hated for doing so. It feels pointed that someone who would send a video sympathizing with our abusers would also work to cut the very processes that hold them accountable while increasing their funding. We know the police civilian oversight boards are necessary. Research has proven time and time again that they are necessary. The ACLU in their 2024 Policing Pride report listed strong oversight with meaningful community involvement to ensure that the police are held accountable for violations and mistreatment of LGBTQ+ people as one of the main policy recommendations to ensure the safety and well-being of our community. As a queer BIPOC person who has been brutalized by the Madison Police Department time and time again over the last 4 years and has watched my community be brutalized time and time again by the Madison Police Department over the last 4 years, and has personally taken care of the members of this community that have been brutalized by the Madison Police Department time and time again over the last 4 years, knowing that there have been no repercussions for what happened in 2020, knowing that there have been no repercussions for what happened to Tony Robinson and anyone else that they have murdered, knowing that their version of repercussions is taking Matt Kenny off the force on the streets and putting him into a position where he trains other officers on how to brutalize us.
You have about 30 seconds left.
Shows exactly where you, the mayor, are putting our resources and trying to pit us against one another, fighting for scraps while you give them an entire buffet. I am so incredibly disappointed that we're here.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Benji Ramirez of District 13, to be followed by Michelle Zarate Navarrete, to be followed by Kelsey Abad. Do we have Benji?
Mayor, I don't see Benji online.
Right. Then we'll go on to Michelle Zarate Navarrete of, I think, District 8, to be followed by Kelsey Abad, to be followed by Julia Matthews. Do you have Michelle? Doesn't look like we have them in the room.
Mayor, I see someone online with a initial M.Mestiza, but that does not look like it matches registration.
Try that and see if that's, yep. Go ahead, you should have a prompt on mute. We can't hear you if that's you, Michelle.
Hello, can you hear me?
There you go.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to speak today, and I'm here to speak on the Civilian Oversight Board. And honestly, I want to echo what people have already said, that the community has come together and chosen to come together because this is working, and it's continuing to work. So I feel disappointed that there's even a proposal to cut the funding when we hear from the community that is organizing, going above and beyond, coming together to better the lives of Madisonians, each other, in support and community care, that we look for solutions. Leaders look for solutions to amplify what the community is saying that is working. There's a lot of hurt and a lot of pain that is in this space and in this room and in our community. But if this is an opportunity to continue doing good and growing together, then I think that we should continue to have funding, continue to stipend, continue the data, and coming together. And there was a mention that if this didn't work or if this didn't pass, that in the future it could be again disregarded. But I hope that we can come to a place here together and recognize that we don't need it to get to that point. And as a community, we will continue organizing and coming together. As Shady named the countless amount of people who have already come together, under the climate of everything that's happening, we will continue to do so. And I hope that the leadership in Madison can be in alignment with the people and continue to provide funding for this. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Kelsey Abad of District 6, to be followed by Julia Matthews, to be followed by Amelia Spate. Kelsey?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm here tonight as a resident of the east side of Madison, someone who's moved here very recently, and I'm here to support the Alders, Rummel, Madison, and Duncan's budget amendment to restore the majority of the funding for the OIM and the PCOB. I've lived in and around Madison for many years, moved away and lived in other places, and upon my return was very disheartened to hear that there were proposals to remove this funding and to go against the majority of constituencies and diverse populations that are in support of this funding. There is clearly a need. The funds that are allocated to the stipends and the individuals that are working so diligently and so hard to keep our citizens safe and to protect our community members need to be not just safeguarded, but also increased for their hard work and dedication. I'm also here tonight to support the independents and make sure that the office and the board are secured and whole, that there are no changes to these fundings. The community has spoken time and time again that this is an important issue that we can agree on for multiple reasons, lots of which have been named tonight. There's anecdotal stories of people, there's lots of data, there's lots of research, there's all kinds of reasons why we should continue to support these efforts and to keep our police officers accountable, and also to remind not just those public servants, but also all of you in the room tonight that you serve us. We are the people, our voices are loud and resounding in support of keeping the IOM and PCOB independent and fully funded. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Julia Matthews of District 12, to be followed by Amelia Spate, to be followed by Maya Pearson. Julia?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. I know this budget season has been really hard, and I really appreciate that the time is still being given for the community to voice their feelings on these issues. I also know not everyone on the council was around in 2020, but I thank you for still putting in the time to research this and figure out what's going on. 2020 was the first year I really started paying attention to Common Council meetings with the accessibility of them moving online. Creation of the PCOB and the Office of the Independent Monitor are among the most memorable and significant items passed in 2020 and since. I was there. I was staying up until 2 a.m. every time to witness the hard discussions and deliberations that went into this creation. A big takeaway of 2020 city government seemed to be a genuine effort to include more people in the conversation, and especially to alleviate some of the burdens of participating in city governance that make it impossible for so many folks. The Civilian Oversight Board fully embodies this idea in the structure of its creation and has largely functioned without the kinds of institutional knowledge and time that go into most other city endeavors. The city of Madison has some of the worst racial disparities in the country when it comes to policing. The Civilian Oversight Board, amongst everything else that's now up in place, has plans for a report that would use anonymized cell phone data to see where MPD patrols spend their time, to see if they are spending more time in neighborhoods where more Black, Asian, and Hispanic Madisonians live. This data would be an incredible step towards transparency and could inform policy changes to actually work towards decreasing overcriminalization of people of color in Madison. I think this work is essential and ask you to support the amendment to restore funding. I also think everyone who pays attention to city politics knows that implementing city projects can take decades, and I hope that you keep this in mind. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Amelia Spate of District 15, to be followed by Maya Pearson, to be followed by Sable Wright. Amelia?
Hi, thank you so much. I'm here to speak in support of Alders Rummel, Madison, and Duncan's proposed amendment to preserve some of the funding for the Office of Independent Monitoring and the Police Community Oversight Board. I support this amendment in full and do not want it changed unless to increase the funding allocated to these offices. And I also can only support this amendment if it maintains the positions of these departments and also the independence of these offices. I think many others in our community have spoken very eloquently and very emotionally about how important this work is in our community. And I want to offer my love to all the organizers on this call who've been working so hard for so long to do something in Madison that deeply and fundamentally needs to be done. So again, I just want to support that proposed amendment and hope to see it passed tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Maya Pearson of Madison. I don't know your district. I'm sorry, Maya.
It is District 14.
14, District 14, to be followed, I hope, by Sable Wright, to be followed by Jamie Hawkins. Maya?
Okay, thank you all tonight. Thank you for Alders Madison and Rummel and Duncan for the amendment. I'm speaking as inaugural member of the Police Civilian Oversight Board. I'm also submitted my name to be in consideration to continue on the board. And I also want to thank everyone who gave public comment in support of the PCOB and the OIM's office tonight. There's a lot of work that we put in, and thank you, Shadera, for naming all of us in there because we put a lot of time for the last 4 years. In 2020, former President Barack Obama tweeted about the work that he was doing at the task force, with his task force, but then also he actually shot us out, Madison, for creating the Police Civilian Oversight Board. And so that's pretty significant in that right. The work that we've done on the board took a lot of time, and I just want to just go quickly, just really quick. The ad hoc in 2015 that was created and did the work to create the Police Civilian Oversight Board and recommendations and ordinance, it took about 5 years to get that started. Most police civilian oversight boards and commissions that I've spoke to across the nation, it takes about 5 years to get instituted, get all the mechanisms in place, get the office secure, and then start the work and start to work on the work. I also want to just really quickly mention in 1980, there was about 13 police civilian oversight entities that were created in the nation. By 2000, there were more than 100. By 2023, there were over 250 police civilian oversight boards in the United States. If we contrast that with how many police departments there are in our country, there are over 18,000 police departments. And so police civilian oversight, although a very small piece, has been actually in place for a very long time, going back to almost the 40s. In our country. So there's a lot of historical knowledge, there's a lot of work that has been done. So I just want to just implore folks that not only just look at what happened in 2020 and the reasons why we needed to create our police civilian oversight board, but that this is something that is being done across our nation. This is something that is continuously being done, funding being put into it, and even places like Chicago, who has an immense oversight board. I also just want to quickly give some data. Of the 200 largest cities, about 56% of them have some type of civilian oversight board. Again, Madison is not like a Chicago, but we have one. Through NACOL, which is the National Association of Civilian Oversight and Law Enforcement, we belong to that. We get training. We go to conferences every single year.
Sorry,
and I
Maya,
can
that's your
also
time.
answer any questions that folks may have later.
Thank you. All right, let's try again for Sable Wright of District 12 with Newbridge Madison, to be followed by Jamie Hawkins, to be followed by Benji Ramirez. Do we have Sable online?
Mayor, I don't see Sable in attendance.
Then Jamie Hawkins of District 12, and we'll try again for Benji Ramirez. Do we have Jamie?
Hi, I'm here.
Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Hi. So I am a resident of District 12 here on the east side of Madison, and I'm here to echo what others have said regarding the IOM and PCOB. I support and uplift the call in marginalized communities. I support the amendment to restore funding, keeping the PCOB whole, and safeguarding independence from city and police influence. While this is deeply important for marginalized communities, it is also important for all Madisonians. We need to continue to fund, continue to provide stipends to keep officers accountable and keep the IOM and PCOB independent and fully funded. I just want to say thank you to Maya and Shadara and all the organizers who are working to keep the IOM and PCOB funded and independent. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, and then I don't see Benji Ramirez online. Is that correct?
I do not see Benji in attendance.
Thank you. So I'll just note then, for anybody who had technical issues or wasn't able to testify, you can still email allalders@cityofmadison.com to share your thoughts. And then that is the last of our folks on item 2 wishing to speak. Are there questions for any of the registrants on item 2? Alder Evers.
Yeah, I wanted to see if Maya Pearson had a chance to finish her comments.
Is there objection to another minute for Maya Pearson? Seeing no objection. Maya, do you want?
Sure.
Yeah, I was just going to get into the possibilities of police civilian oversight. So it's a mechanism not only to hold police accountable and get the community to be able to try possible investigations and actual possible misconduct and whatnot. But it's also a mechanism to work in collaboration with the police department and the PFC in finding ways that we can actually have better policing. And it's so, for instance, in some of the cities around our country, what they do is they work with the police department to do about use of force. They do the independent analysts analyzing of use of force.
About 30 seconds
And
more.
then what they do is they work in collaboration with the police department so that it's something that is independent and it's not using, people have trust in the independent monitors' offices in contrast to the police department. And so they are able to put out reports. They are able to say, these are some recommendations that we think that you should do for better policing around use of force, or these are some of the things that we found that you have done around use of force and you should stop or hold these officers accountable. So it's not just a mechanism of holding police accountable, but working in collaboration with the police department.
That's another minute. Thank you. Any follow-up? No. Alder Bennett has follow-up for you.
I have a question.
Alder Bennett?
Hey. You're awesome. So I just had a few questions. I wanted to ask, I have a few questions, so sorry. I know you mentioned early on that, like, from your experience with speaking with other civilian oversight boards across the nation, it can take like 5 years on average to just get started. I'm wondering if you could give like more of an explanation of like why does it take that long and like how that kind of translates to a Madison's perspective for us.
Yeah, so I think one of the reasons why, if I condense all the conversations that I had, one reason is that it is, although it has longevity, it's been around for a long time, there are different models of how police civilian oversight can happen. In our particular case, we are a little different than maybe our neighboring cities. And by the way, we're the only city in the state of Wisconsin has oversight. So just a plug for that. But essentially, because it is a different model and because there are different models, some police civilian oversight boards through ordinance or however they come up to be, they have to create it from scratch a lot of times. Now, NACO, the national organization, does help and support. So we've taken hundreds and hours of training combined for each for each board member, and that includes our conferences as well. And so, creating the office, then you have to go into figuring out how you're going to hire your independent monitor. And for us, that did take it took some time. We had to go through a couple of hiring processes. And once we did get the independent monitor, of course, then now we have to try to staff the office. And I don't know if most of you remember, but there was a time where we were actually fighting for our funding to stay because it did take us some time to get an office set up. And our funding was at stake at that time to actually hire an analyst and a support staff. So that took some time as well. Once we were able to get that funding, we were able to then hire those positions. And then also, too, then it's working in collaboration and making sure that we are creating the processes. So we created the process of complaints. We created the process of how we're going to actually review it. We created the process of policies and procedures. So it's a lot of creation. And so it does take time. And again, it took a lot of police civilian oversight boards some time to get created. In about 5 years is like I would say, the safe spot.
Yeah, that makes sense. Thank you for that. And I understand from conversations that the data analyst position is the most important position in this role. So can you share with us like why is that important or a crucial position for the independent monitor?
Yeah, so the data analyst is extremely crucial. And by the way, there are entire offices of data analysts and other police civilian oversight boards and commissions. And so the data analyst is important because the work that they do is not only helping the independent monitor get the information through subpoena power, and to support looking at the complaints that come through. But again, as I mentioned earlier, part of their job is also then, if we decide that we want to investigate or work in collaboration with the police department to have better practices, then the data analyst is the person who is going to be working in direct relationship and gathering that information and analyzing that information for us. And so they are very essential as a mechanism, not only to support the OIM, but also the board as well.
Yeah, that makes sense. I know that, like, you know, there's been like some valid concerns just like with time and like transparency and all those things. I'm wondering if you have any suggestions for us moving forward if we were to keep these funds, like how can we be more, you know, effective and efficient and all those things, and also be transparent with like us so we know what's going on.
Yeah, so we are required to have an annual report. I do think in our last conference that we actually just went to, Shader and I and Keitra, they proposed that in one of the board trainings that we have a 5 to 7 year plan. And so I think that that would be a recommendation that I would see as important to figure out like the transparency, but also just like where we're at in the process for our own selves, is create a plan for the next 5 years. This is what things will look like. This is what our intentions are, and some of the work that we want to do.
Right. And NACOL has already offered themselves as, you know, they would assist us in Madison with creating that 5-year plan or moving forward.
Yes, we are members of the NACOL membership, and yes, they will assist where needed.
Yeah, thank you. And I just have one last question. So you mentioned that Madison, like, Obama shouted us out, and
he even followed me.
Period. And we're also the only civilian oversight board in Wisconsin. What would it mean for Madison as the only civilian oversight board in the state of Wisconsin? What would it mean for us to dismantle it or remove funding, essentially saying that we give up on this model?
I actually think it would be very detrimental for any future conversations of what police civilian oversight can look like in the state of Wisconsin. I think Madison, we tend to be a driver of innovation a lot of times for our state, and there's a lot of things that we can point to for that. And so if we were to dismantle the office, remove funding, make us less effective and efficient, I don't think in the state of Wisconsin there will ever be another one, because people would point to, well, Madison defunded it, why do we need to do it? So that's just my personal thoughts about that.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Of course.
Before you leave, Alder, is it for Maya?
Yeah.
Alder Healy?
Thank you. Thank you, Maya, and all the board members for, you know, taking this time to discuss about the office, but also your objectives and your goal and your future plan. A lot of discussion has been brought up tonight about, you know, police accountability, police oversight. Can you talk about more about the board accountability? And you talked about having 5 years plan, but how do you hold the board accountable, the independent monitor accountable, and the police accountable, all three? How can you work together to make the community safe?
So I would say, and again, these are my own personal thoughts based off of my experience and some of the work that I've done and research that I've done and readings and things like that. I would say that right now, the OIM's office has worked with the chief, and I think if you guys have seen some of the news and press around that, like they have a pretty positive relationship. JP, who is the assistant, he actually comes to the conferences with us, and he participates in the work that we're doing. And so I think that that is important when you are talking about accountability. I think for ourselves as a board, I think that part of the work, I was part of the procedure and policy subcommittee for the board. And I think part of that was figuring out a mechanism of how do we keep then ourselves accountable, and how do we follow through procedures in creation of some of the work that is being done. So I think that that's one way. I mean, we are a civilian oversight board, and so our community is our ultimate drivers in who is holding us accountable. That includes you all, because you guys are all citizens as well, outside of your older roles. So I think that that is a mechanism of accountability as well.
Thank you. As a follow-up, so we have a lot of organizations being on the board, and I'm wondering, what are some of the strategy for the independent monitor to collaborate and work across those agencies or organizations?
Okay, this is just my thoughts again, because I've thought deeply about it. But I think one way that we can be able to do that is that creating a mechanism where we can report back to our communities. So for instance, Urban Triage nominated me the first time, and then we kind of split up. I think we split up all the organizations amongst us board members to then have kind of a feedback loop with some of the organizations. And so I've held meetings. We have a lot of data actually through some of our listening sessions that we actually did with our community organizations and community members. And so that is a way that I feel like we can kind of keep accountable even with our community organizations, is having this constant feedback loop so that they're in the loop of the work that we're doing and that we're constantly being able to communicate with them.
Thank you. My final question is, you talked about the annual report. How can we have access to that?
It should be posted on the website. If not, we might be able to get it that done. But it is a public-facing document, our annual report.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder Rummel.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Maya, for coming today. It's really important to have an active member of the board in addition to Shady come. And my question kind of follows on the last two sets of comments from the alders, and that is we created a hybrid model according to alders. If you look deep back into your email from last October, this October past, we got a letter from Michael Jenico of the OIR group, who helped the ad hoc group, did the initial survey and then, gave us advice over time. And he wrote us a note and said that this hybrid model has a combination of the professional police auditor's office providing consistent and knowledgeable boots on the ground review and a civilian body that is representative of and accessible to the community at a grassroots level. So my takeaway is we created this model that is kind of unique for at least the way we set up committees in Madison. We figured out a constellation of organizations to feed into the PCOB. And I think there are some concerns from alders that, is that a functioning process? Is that working as a model? Because I think, we have heard from some of those organizations, but I'm wondering what your observation, now that this is getting such high level attention, can we count on this model having the community buy-in at the base from these organizations? Sorry if that was a really long question.
I think, just let me know if I don't answer it. Do I think the model is viable? Yes. I think with any model, there has to be tweaks along the way, ways to make things better. I don't think any model is perfect. And, we talk about even the Common Council, we did the hybrid where you guys can be virtual if needed or here. There are ways to tweak things and it doesn't always have to be the same. And do I think that we can do better? Absolutely. Again, I think it's because we can always learn and we can always tweak things and make things better. I think the value that I put in personally in the model that was created and the time and effort that community members put into creating the model, I think that it's very beneficial because you have diverse voices. And again, shouting out from Barack Obama, like our President Barack Obama, like the model was unique enough to also include people who have been harmed by police. And you don't always see that. There are models out there that they are appointed by the mayor. And so if you get a mayor who does not, care so much, you might get people who don't care so much, so it just, I think there's benefit to it. And I think that, can we do better? Absolutely. And I think that we have a committed group of people who have been really trying hard to figure out ways to do it. I think I will also answer that question. We began in 2020 during the pandemic, and the pandemic definitely had it hard on everyone, us included. And as we are coming out of the pandemic, I think that there are opportunities for us to improve as well. But I do think we have groups of people who really care about the work. Otherwise, they wouldn't be a part of it and put in the effort and the time into it. So hopefully that answered your question. I don't know if it did.
Thank you. Mira, I would ask the same question to Ms. Flores if others don't have questions for Maya.
Let me see if we've got others. Alder Evers, is it for Maya? Yeah, we'll come back to you, Alder. So Alder Evers.
Thanks, Mayor. I have two questions for you, Maya. One, regarding accountability of the office and the board, would it help, in addition to this annual report, if on a quarterly basis, if the independent monitor and perhaps the chair of the board would appear before the council and give an update? Because the chief of police gives a quarterly report to this body. I'm wondering if on a quarterly basis, if perhaps we could get a report where we'd find a chance to, hear the update and get a chance to ask questions.
Yes, I'm not going to answer on behalf of the board just because I have my own thoughts about it, so I'll answer in that way. I'm open to that. I think the MPD has to report to you because they are an entity technically of the city of Madison. And so there's that accountability where, as you heard many tonight talk about, like the independence of the OIM's office and the need for that is important. We have seen some OIM offices in the U.S. who are not independent, and it doesn't always fare well for everybody. But so, I'm open personally to coming and giving reports, but I won't speak on behalf of the board because I don't think anyone's discussed that before. I don't know if it should be required, though. Yeah.
If you could be assured that this isn't a matter of trying to sacrifice your independence, but rather to increase the engagement and conversation, would you think that perhaps would be a good thing?
Personally, possibly. I think it just depends, honestly. And I don't know what those factors are right now.
All right. Something to consider anyways. And then a couple of the people who have made public comment have asked about stipends or made comments about stipends. You are my colleague on another city committee, and I think you're probably aware that no other board, commission, or committee in the city provides stipends for their committee members, except for a very small stipend required by state law for members of the Board of Public Works. Can you speak to whether this is actually essential and necessary? Because it doesn't seem to be income restricted. There's certainly some people on the board who don't need the $25. Is this, and it seems like in some ways that it sets this board apart from the other boards, committees, and commissions in our cities in a way that's questionable.
So I will answer in my own personal thoughts about that. I think the way in which the model and the structure with stipends actually is kind of important. You get a different type of people. And when I say type, it's just really because I've been on a lot of commissions and a lot of boards, and it is truly a different group of people who are part of that. And a lot of those people are working people just like us, but a lot of them may be, there were some people who were unhoused. There were people who were affected by policing in ways where they had maybe large fees, not to say what they did with that money, but I do think that there is some value to recruit people who are not your common committee, board type of members. As a community member, honestly, I didn't know a lot of boards and things existed where I could be a part of, and even how to do that when I was younger. And so I think that there is some value in offering the stipends and working with our community organizations so that they can recommend people who want to do the work, and then also get different type of people, and I say type, of people who are interested in the work as well. So I do think there is some merit and some value to that. Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alderfield, is it for Maya? Alderfield?
Thank you, Maya, for coming before us tonight. In response to another Alder's question, you'd mentioned the annual report being available, and that was one of the pieces of information that I wasn't able to get from the independent monitor. I was wondering if you or someone else, maybe who's listening and has access to a computer, could send us an email to the link.
I can text the independent monitor maybe and ask. Yeah.
Happy to ask that question of others too, if that. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Alder Madison, is your question for Maya?
Did you want to answer that?
Never mind. I believe I got it answered in the question before last. Just forgot to put my hand down. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. And then I think that's it for you, Maya. Thank you.
Is that it?
And
Okay, thank you.
Alder Rummel has a question for Shadira.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, Shady. Should I read?
Hi, Marcia. Yeah, I wasn't in your line of view, but I was going to say I'd be happy to answer a number of these questions.
Good.
So,
Thank you. I was just referring to the letter that Alders got from Michael Jenico, who is with the OIR group, who we hired to help us do the study of the police department. And one of their recommendations to the ad hoc group was to create an independent oversight body. And in the letter, he said to us that they recommended to us that we adopt this hybrid model, which had a combination of a professional independent monitor and a citizen oversight body. So joining them together. And so my question was, this is a unique model, and it requires the community part. It's not just the city, it's the community and working with these organizations to help select a PCOB and then, make sure that there's that flow and report back. And just your thoughts on how that's working. Is it the model for us?
yeah. So like Maya said, attending the NACOL conference, we have a hybrid. We have one of the strongest models in the country. Our ordinance is an ordinance that is being used around the country, as well as our hiring model, now that our hiring model was revamped. We had a task force that was assigned to do that, in creating a more inclusive process that had an opportunity for the community to give more feedback in hiring our independent monitor. So our city has much more input when it comes to the hiring of the independent monitor. In all honesty, I think that, with Mr. Janaco, he knows, because he's been everywhere. He's been all over the country in terms of doing independent monitoring and now consulting. The independent, the OIR report is different from the OIM. So the OIR report that, that was given to us, Mike Janaco was a part of, where he said, hey, this is what, this is our recommendation, is that you guys have an audit done. And from that audit came those 177 recommendations, which community members now are aware of. And it's community members who are part of that policy and procedure committee who are looking at, how can we do better policing here? Is MPD actually implementing that? So I think that the idea that Tag gave in terms of, giving a quarterly output and a report would be wonderful, because then our annual reports will be written. Guess what? We only did a 1 year, one annual report between 2021, 2022, 2023 have not been completed because we have not had a full-time staff member to assist us with that. It has been a 5-hour, if that a week, person until we hired our independent monitor. And so we had to continually reprioritize. How important is this annual report? We have to finish up these hirings. And so it was wow, once we get this hiring done, then we can do the annual report. Once we get this next hiring done, now we can get our website, get more into the website, make sure that we have a handbook, make sure that, all of these policies and procedures. We now developed an attendance procedure that when people are not showing up, we now have a stipend policy that you don't just we were just automatically being sent stipends, whether we showed up or not. So there were people who had not shown up for multiple meetings that were still receiving stipends. And the board said, we can't do that. We need to have accountability. And so we, the board, changed those policies. And all of those, as many of you know, in terms of, when they talk about the bureaucracy, we have to first get it on our agenda. Then we have to vote on deciding to take an action. Then that action has to come here. We have to find, an alder who is willing to bring that to you. Alder Figueroa has been so supportive in doing that time and time again. When we've seen that we need a change to our ordinance, she has stepped up and over come and said, we will help you. Write, whether it's writing an amendment, writing a better proposal to improve. We have, and then, in an ideal circumstance, it has to come and be introduced, and then it finally gets voted on by Common Council. So if we're talking about if everything goes absolutely perfect, any small change that we want to make in a policy or procedure takes at the very least 2 months. And that's if everybody's available. That's if we can make quorum. So now that we have had our administrative assistant, who's been trained now only 2 months, she's done amazing work in terms of reaching out to those community organizations. And, in terms of best practices, yes, I wish I would have been in a better state of mind in my own personal life to be able to have reported back and updated you all as to the work that we've been doing. It's been really hard trying to figure out what takes precedent. Does it take precedent to support our new independent monitor, or letting you guys know what's going on? I'm realizing there needed to be more of a balance. So hopefully we can get there together.
Thank you, JD. And sort of to follow up to Alder Everett's question about stipends, are they necessary in your view?
They are essential. If we really want to have our most marginalized voices at the table, the people who are truly being over-policed, who are possibly and potentially being abused, those are the people who need the stipends the most. We need to keep the child care stipend intact. Maya spoke to it. It makes it possible for us who normally can't be present to be more present. It allows us to pay for our gas. It allows us to pay for our park. Hopefully, I would love to see more in-person meetings. We would have, I feel, gotten a lot further in some of the work had we been able to do that, but we really would have gotten a lot further faster had we had the full-time staff. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alder. Let's just see if there are other questions for you. Alder Latimer Burris, is it for Shadira? Yes. Alder Latimer Burris?
Yeah, thank you for, coming out and speaking tonight, and thank you for spending time yesterday answering some really difficult questions. It sounds like you guys were starting a business and were put out to see whether you're ready or not. So I'm wondering if that's part of the journey, of you going through and, realizing it's a big task, and So if you could, you've talked about that, but if you could just touch on that again. And then my other question is really a two-part question. If it did pass and you had your magic wand, what support do you need? What support would be, great? And then how would you deal with reporting? Should it be to the mayor's office? Should it be to common council? Should it be to the community? What have you learned in this journey, especially in this fight to make sure that it sustains itself so that you're here another day?
Yeah. I've sometimes have referred to our PCOB kind of as the little engine that could. We weren't going like an uphill battle. We were going straight up a wall. This has been, they say induction by fire. No, this has been induction by inferno. Truly, nobody on the board, I think, was prepared for some of the obstacles that we've had in terms of, time delay, in terms of lawsuits, things like that. And so I think that what we are looking at is having completed phase one, the building phase. Now we're entering phase two, which is the implementation phase. And I'd like to see us continue to work on phase three, which is sustainability. How do we keep this going? And stage four, looking into the future, like you were asking, expansion. A city like Cleveland, they have 8 investigators. Not one independent monitor, they have 8. And Cleveland has a pretty, comparable number of civilians for their city. So I would like to see the funding changed coming from the position of the chair. I have put in as much time as any alder in this city the last 2 years. The chair should absolutely receive the same funding as an alder. Hopefully now that there's more support, there won't be nearly as much time needed for the building. But I do see funding a really essential part. A lot of cities, the trend is to take 1% to 2% of the public safety budget. So we're looking at a $9.3 million police budget. That would be $930,000 allocated to the PCOB, to the OIM. There are even cities that do 2%. That would be $1.8 million annually for oversight in Madison. So that's what I see. I see this being a bridge. Cities all over, especially Madison, are having a hard time with recruitment and retention. This is a tool that can help with recruitment and retention by building bridges, by building trust, and by hopefully healing some of the hurt that's been caused here.
And if I could just follow up with that, because you covered it, I was going to ask you, do most cities spend, somewhere between $195,000 and $400,000 supporting? Is that typical? The other thing I was going to ask you to speak on, that you spoke on yesterday, was what happens when it works, and then what have you seen that transpires as far as other communities are concerned, going up to the state level and whatnot? What happens when the system works?
So when the system works, actually, we can take a city like Philadelphia, for example. They went from their PCOB kind of just investigating, that's our capability, is investigations, to they have now, the PCOB is now taking on the position of the PFC, where in addition to doing the investigating, they are giving the review, and then they are also involved in the disciplinary actions that are taken with officers. And a lot of the cities that have come up with some of the most progressive legislation, it has been because of their consent decrees, because things have gone so terribly wrong there. And now they have a government mandate to fix it. So luckily, we're nowhere near that. But that's why some cities are having to pour tons and tons of money into oversight. So luckily, our oversight is keeping us from now spending millions of dollars on wrongful death suits.
And if I could just say one more thing, ask one more thing, because I know I asked you this directly yesterday, actually all the people involved, right now. Are you, it sounds like you work with the police, like the goal is to work with the police to improve, policing, to improve safety and whatnot. So I'm just going to ask you directly, is this anti-police? Are these proposals anti-police? Is this about defunding the police?
No, absolutely not. And actually, language can be harmful. I think that language is harmful. What we need to look at is more reallocation, where and how can the money best be spent, right? We, like Maya had mentioned, John Patterson, he attends every single meeting, our monthly meetings, but then he has also come to any of the smaller subcommittee meetings, like our policy and procedure. We're very unique to have Chief Barnes, who came from Chicago, the Chicago Office of Police Accountability, COPA. I am probably the only Wisconsinite who is trained COPA certified. And so we've gotten a lot of support from him in terms of understanding why oversight is important and why it's a bridge, to have communication. I have both JP and Chief Barnes, in my personal phone, because they have made themselves not only available to the board, but they make themselves available to the community. And I think that's really important if we want to be rebuilding trust, that we have that accessibility between board members, and so the board can be that bridge for community members and our police. Thank you so much for your questions.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Bennett, is it for Shadira?
Yep.
Go ahead.
I know, I wanted to just know that, or kind of shed light on some of the positive things that PCOB has been able to do. Because I know it might seem like y'all have just been working in a silo and not getting stuff done, but from my understanding, you completed a complaint intake form. You reviewed the MPD 5-year strategic plan. You even reviewed body cameras at one point. So I was wondering if you could chat about some of the things that y'all have been able to do.
Yeah, so thank you. Thank you, Alder Bennett. So from the inception, we, the board, had to develop our, just even the position description for what we wanted an independent monitor. So we had the Local Voices Network came in, they trained us. The entire board was not only trained by NACOL, not only trained by the city, but then we were also trained by the Local Voices Network to be able to facilitate community conversations. So we held at least 8 to 12, I want to say a dozen community conversations during the pandemic, where we gave gift cards to people who participated, community members, compensated them for their time. So that in and of itself, we had probably over 100 community members that were involved in the position description of the independent monitor. So then I would say, and then we did that again after the independent monitor was hired. We had community conversations around the complaint process and what people wanted to see, what people didn't want to see. And again, we Local Voices and Network changed to Cortico, and what they do is they do quantitative analysis. So they they record these conversations and they give back data that takes talking points out, what are the most important things to the community. And so that has been wildly successful in inviting the community. I had forgotten to mention in our press conference that there were over 40 youth whose voices were heard about what they want to see and don't want to see in a complaint process. So
yeah, thank you for that. That was my main question,
and we did 6 hirings, guys. Two independent monitor hirings, 2 administrative hirings, 3 administrative assistant hirings, and then our data analyst. So we're talking about a group of volunteers who've now done 6 hirings. So we've done a lot.
Yeah. And you reviewed the MPD strategic plan and body cameras.
We did.
Yeah. Thank you.
So there's a lot going on, and I apologize for not keeping you all more abreast of the wonderful work that we've doing. So we have been kind of working in a silo, myself particularly, just let's get it done. And so thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Alder Miadze, is it for Shadira?
Yes, Mayor.
Go ahead.
No, I was just curious. As Madison's one of the largest cities without, deployment of full body cameras. I know you knew that Northside just got done with its pilot. What do you think about the use of body cameras for use for?
Alder, that's not really before us tonight.
No, so I can't speak to that.
No.
What I can say.
I'm just wondering.
Okay.
Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Alder, that's I'm going to rule the question out of order because this is not a conversation about body cameras.
No, but
it's not before us.
The PCOB did meet. We have talked about it, just so you know.
Yeah, and Alder Miadze, feel free to reach out to the PCOB and have that conversation. It's just not relevant to the budget tonight.
Thank you.
Mayor, but is it relevant to since we're going to be voting on the PCBOB and
not really. That's not within their charge. So it's not really relevant to the conversation.
Seeing what you thought about it, Mayor. Thank you.
But feel free to follow up. Hold on, Shadira. Sorry. Alder Wahili?
Thank you. Thank you, Shadira.
Sorry.
It seems like you're doing a lot of work. And as a board, what's the role and the responsibility of the independent monitor? You alluded to you hired 4 or 5 or 6. And I'm seeing the department or the agency as independent, and I am as an executive director. You alluded to, there's work that needs to be done for the website, newsletter, annual report. What's the work or the role of responsibility for the IM?
So the
why
role
he's not doing that work?
Sure. The role and the responsibility of the initial role and responsibility of that independent monitor was to hire their staff. So it was their responsibility to then hire an administrative assistant. So when I say we've done 6 hirings, not of just the independent monitor, we had to go through 2 hirings for the independent monitor, 1 for an interim administrative assistant after Karen ended up getting, she was promoted, and so we lost her help, so we had to hire someone else, and we only had funding for an LTE. So the role of the independent monitor is to take the complaints, to assess the complaints. They're the executive administrative assistant to the board. So when Robin came in, Robin started helping develop agendas, keeping minutes, things like that, until Robin was able to hire our administrative assistant. Luckily, our administrative assistant is taking on many of those roles now, developing, helping with our agendas, helping with maintaining minutes, things like that. The role of the independent monitor is also to be a liaison between the community and MPD. So when Robin came in, they developed the MOU that took a while. They had to go back and forth until there was an agreement between them. And so their role is to take those complaints and then request the information, the records. Part of why we hired our independent monitor is because they have that experience in Milwaukee. Prior to coming here, they were Milwaukee PD's record person. And so part of why we hired them was for their experience and their background. And so, I will send you the position description for everyone.
I read the job description, and I know they are doing well. But, listening to you, the amount of work you're doing as a board is so overwhelming. And when we hire someone and paying for the person, then it's just a question that, what's their responsibility so that the board can do the bigger vision and looking into how we can reduce this police accountability and responsibility. So, yeah, I'm not questioning their role, but I'm just thinking
So a lot of that role, that kind of the initial building that the board was doing is now moving over to the independent monitor for them to now continue building on what we had started. So, in starting and having a complaint process committee, now they have taken all that information that we developed, and now they've turned that process in. And so, it will be a lot of the responsibility that had fallen on board members will now be on the staff, luckily. So.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Right, thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue with questions, so thank you. I think we can let you go now. All right. We also have no other registrants wishing to speak, so we can close public comment and move on to item 1, which is Legistar 84843, the 2025 capital budget. President Figueroa Cole, a motion, please.
Move to adopt.
Moved and seconded to adopt. We have a series of proposed amendments. We'll work through those. And I'll ask the sponsoring alders to make the relevant motions. Our first amendment is in the Parks Division regarding the Madison Lakeway Improvements County funding. Alder Verveer?
Thank you, Mayor. I move adoption.
Is there a second? Moved and seconded. Alder Verveer, do you wish to speak to it?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just wish to publicly thank our friends in the Dane County Board of Supervisors for their support of the Madison Lakeway project, otherwise known as the Lake Monona Waterfront Master Plan. This $2 million that was championed by County Supervisor Chuck Erickson will prove invaluable toward the first phase of the implementation of the adopted master plan. So again, a big thank you to our friends on the Dane County Board, specifically Supervisor Erickson, and also special thanks for their advocacy in county government by Madison Lakeway partners. Their involvement throughout the process thus far has been key and will be instrumental in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. On the first amendment, are there questions for staff? Seeing no questions for staff, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, the motion is to adopt. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of adoption? Seeing no objection, the amendment is adopted. And that will take us to the second amendment, which is in traffic engineering regarding attain grant funding. Alder Bennett, you're listed first. Would you like to make the motion?
How am I listed first? Okay, motion to motion to adopt.
I think it's just alphabetical, Alder.
Oh, okay.
Moved and seconded. Is there any of the sponsoring alders that wish to speak to this item? If not, are there any questions for staff? Seeing no questions, the motion is to adopt. I'll note that this is introduced from the floor. I think that requires a higher vote count. So is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of the second amendment introduced from the floor? Seeing no objection, that amendment is also adopted unanimously. And I have no further amendments to the capital budget. On the underlying motion, which is to adopt the capital budget as amended by the Finance Committee and the Common Council, are there any questions for staff? Seeing none, is there any discussion? Seeing none, is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of the capital budget? Seeing no objection, the capital budget is adopted. And we move on to item 2, which is Legistar 85264, the 2025 operating budget. President Figueroa Cole.
Move to adopt.
Moved and seconded to adopt. Similarly, we have a series of amendments. So our first amendment is in the Community Development Division. It's a technical amendment reauthorizing CDBG revenues. President Figueroa Cole, a motion, please.
Move to adopt.
Moved and seconded to adopt. Are there any questions for staff on the technical amendment? Seeing none, is there any discussion? Seeing none, is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, recording unanimous vote in favor of the first amendment. Move on to the second amendment. President Figueroa Cole, a motion, please.
Move to adopt the, go ahead.
And sorry, I should have read that out. It's also in the Community Development Division, appropriating general fund balance for homeless support services. On this amendment, are there questions for staff? Seeing none, is there any discussion? Seeing no discussion, it's been moved and seconded to adopt. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, that amendment is adopted. Move on to amendment number 3, which is in the Streets Division regarding the Olin Avenue Sunday drop-off site hours. Alder Verveer.
Thank you, Mayor. I move adoption.
Is there a second? Moved and seconded. Alder Verveer, do you wish to speak to it?
Yes, thank you. I just wish to share with my colleagues the rationale for the amendment. As my colleagues see, it is a revenue-neutral amendment. The necessity for it, perhaps at first glance, might not be obvious, and that is because we're simply giving our street superintendent, Charlie Romines, and I thank Charlie for being here with us tonight and for his work with me on this amendment, and his ongoing work with me getting the Olin Avenue drop-off site originally established and operating, is because both versions of the 25 executive operating budget called for the closure on Sundays of the Olin Avenue drop-off site. So we believe legally we're required to delete that language from the budget this evening. As I say, this amendment is pretty self-explanatory. It just gives Superintendent Romines the discretion to manage the operation of all of our 3 city drop-off sites to try to do his best effort to keep at least some Sunday hours open at Olin Avenue. Let me just share that Olin Avenue is the only existing drop-off site open on Sundays in the entire city. Thus, it is extremely popular, although costly, as the superintendent explained in our finance committee budget hearings due to overtime costs. But given the fact that it's the only site open, given the fact that it's very popular, and lastly, given the fact that, as we all know, in the new year, we will be unfortunately discontinuing large item pickup at the curb for many of our residents, those living especially in apartments and condominiums, I think it's all the more reason why we need to do everything we can to keep a centrally located drop-off site open on Sundays, if at all possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alder. Are there any questions for staff on Amendment 3? President Figueroa Cole?
I just wanted to get a little bit of clarification from Charlie. When we say that it's very popular, what do we have data showing how much is that used on Sundays?
We do, yes.
So
And it's pretty popular on Sundays.
I am trying to move away for some measures here.
Sure,
like very
sure.
popular.
We get certain times of year it's more popular than others, but generally about a couple hundred visits on a Sunday. So pretty popular. All of our drop-off sites are extremely popular. The City of Madison residents have a love affair with drop-off sites. That is pretty amazing. So, but I do think there's some flexibility. Thursday nights aren't quite as busy, so there's some other times we can play around with. But yes, we have data for all 3 sites by day of the week, by hour of our traffic counts. So Sundays are pretty popular.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Conklin, questions?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And that's, you kind of alluded to that, Charlie, but I was going to ask, like, since Sundays are popular and it seems like most people would only be able to get there on the weekends if they work a 9-to-5 job, is there another day that we could think about considering either closing early or just close on Mondays and just do a Tuesday through Sunday thing? Or is there any other possibilities that we could come up with just to keep that accessibility there on the weekends, on Sundays, and maybe close another day?
So yes, and I think that's the reason for the amendment is to allow that flexibility. So that's something that I can work with through the course of the year. Again, when drop-off sites are popular and what days of the week, believe it or not, does change a bit from spring versus summer versus late fall. Particularly you get into like the yard waste in the early spring and the late fall. And but certainly we'll look at our data. I think one of the things Alder Verveer and I talked about was the possibility of either closing a little bit earlier in the evening to move those hours to a Sunday, or to maybe perhaps not be open on one of those weekday evenings and move those hours to a Sunday to kind of stay within that budget footprint. But that flexibility needed to be built in. And so that, I think, is the reason for the amendment, is to allow that flexibility.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Alder. Any other questions on Amendment 3? If not, thank you, Charlie. It's been moved and seconded to adopt. Is there discussion? Seeing no discussion, the motion is to adopt. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we record a unanimous vote in favor of adoption. That takes us to Amendment 4, which is in the Community Development Division, reallocating funds from personnel to purchased services for the Older Adult Services RFP. Alder Verveer?
Thank you, Mayor. I move adoption.
Is there a second? Moved and seconded to adopt. Alder Verveer?
Thank you again. This amendment is brought to you by your current colleagues that serve on the city's Committee on Aging and the immediate past Alder member of the committee. We are all well aware of the clarion call that I think every one of us on this council has heard over the last few months about the need for additional city resources to fund older adult services in our community. Of course, that's the result in large part of the older adult services RFP that our community, the CDD that has this Community Development Division had issued earlier this year. To remind everyone, we received over $1.6 million in funding requests by 15 different nonprofit agencies with 24 different proposals. We only have currently, especially if this budget amendment is unsuccessful tonight, $838,000 to appropriate of that over $1.6 million in responses to our RFP. This amendment would add a little over $100,000 in funding for older adult services for nonprofit agencies in the community next year. The funding mechanism for this amendment, which is recommended by Community Development Division Director Jim O'Keefe, who, again, thank you, Jim, for being here tonight and for working with us on this amendment, is largely taken from the CDD agency budget request this summer. And that is to continue to use the funds that are already allocated in older adult services by way of the current vacant senior center director position and use that money, thus the amount that we generally are using here, use that money instead to increase the available funds for older adult services RFP process that the Committee on Aging is currently considering at our next meeting on December 4th. And then those recommendations will come before the city's Finance Committee and Council early in the new year as per the current schedule. Let me parenthetically just thank the council for giving us that additional time to consider those important allocations. If it wasn't for that additional time that you all granted at our last council meeting, we would not have the opportunity to find the additional funds to help fund additional older adult services in the community. So the funding mechanism, again, is to use the vacant senior center director position under the executive operating budget, as the amendment explains. That money was intended to create additional position, actually really two positions in CDD that will still be funded. However, I would argue more appropriately funded by capitalizing their labor costs to the capital budget. A couple of years ago, this council in our 2023 adopted capital budget granted CDD the authority to use up to $250,000 in their capital budget allocation for labor costs, for administration specifically of the Affordable Housing Fund. And so what this amendment does is it proposes to indeed use that authorization that was granted a couple of years ago by the council, certainly not use the full $250,000 that's authorized, only a portion of that, to try to attempt to deliver additional services for older adults in our community. Last year, this council also did provide about a 7.5% increase in older adult services funding, and that about $60,000 is included in the $838,000 of available funds that I mentioned a moment ago. So this council has tried to provide additional resources last year, and I hope you all will continue that trend and find yourselves able to support this amendment tonight. There clearly is the need. It's not just the one agency that under initial staff recommendations is facing an unprecedented significant cut in their city funding. It's, again, a variety of nonprofit agencies. Newbridge Madison is not the only one that was proposed to have their current funding reduced in the initial staff recommendations. If this amendment is successful, CDD staff will then make new recommendations to the Committee on Aging in advance of our December 4th meeting to take advantage of this additional appropriation and provide our committee the recommendations by them then to consider at that time. And as I say, additionally, this body, us elected policymakers, will have the final say as to how the funds are allocated. Let me just close by stating the obvious, that our committee is well aware of the need for additional funds. We are well aware that our community is aging, just like the rest of the country. Residents are living longer in Madison. They're staying active longer. And so the additional resources are clearly needed to try to attempt to keep up with the changing demographics of our community. And I urge your support for this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Are there questions for staff on amendment number 4? Is it a question, Alder? Alder Ugair, questions?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. This would be a question for Jim O'Keefe. Sometimes when we move staff costs to the capital budget, it crowds out other bricks and mortar types of expenditures. If I understand it in this case, and I'm just looking for verification, because of the way that $250,000 was set up, this would not crowd out anything that we would have otherwise done on a bricks and mortars need?
Alder Uger, any funding that is drawn from the capital budget, from the Affordable Housing Fund is money that is not available to support affordable housing developments. But that was certainly considered when the request was made, and I think when the council approved authorizing the use of some of that capital budget authorization. So yes, every dollar that goes to support staff or administrative overhead is a dollar that's not available for a development.
And I may have incorrectly formulated my question. There is no project that was planned in the capital budget for 2025 that was crowded out by this reallocation.
No, there is not.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Curry, questions?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. My question would be for Yolanda. More so on a technical, I'm sorry, my brain is not working today, process question. So considering that there was already an RFP, there's a committee that looks at those proposals, makes funding recommendations, and that's what is being re-referred to the Common Council later. Alder Revere alluded to the, I think, older adults meeting coming up. Can you tell us if this goes through what you would have to do in terms of already having completed an RFP? Like, would it be a new one? Would it look at existing? Or
can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So we would not have to do a new RFP. What we would essentially be doing is looking at all of the proposals that were received under our current RFP process and reallocating the dollars based on the additional funding that will be available. We would propose a new set of recommendations that would go to the Committee on Aging for their review, and at which time they would review and approve at their December 4th meeting. The only delay, or I should say the delay that will come from that, is the actual contract start date. The original contract start date was for January 1st, 2025. But because the Committee on Aging won't be meeting until December, and then it has to go to Finance and back to you all, those decisions won't be finalized until later in January. So the contract start date would be delayed based on that.
Thank you. I believe this came up at the Finance Committee or another committee meeting that I was at, where you were asked the same question if we re-referred and didn't make the decision on the funding allocations that night, how it would change that process. And I think I recall hearing something about a mid-year start date.
That could be an option. Staff would want to, however, start the contracts as soon as possible after Common Council adopts the recommendations. So that would be as soon as February 1st, because it'll be coming back to Common Council in January.
Got it. What circumstance would make it that it would be extended that long into mid-year?
If there were no additional funding that was allocated to the original pot of funds that we have available, then that would have been something that we would have considered for current agencies to be able to have more time to ramp down.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Are there any other questions for staff on item 4? If not, thank you, Jim and Yolanda. And we'll go to discussion on item 4. Alder Figueroa Cole.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to put forward an amendment. I send it to all alders and everybody else to just remove the language in the amendments where specified, says specifically for case management services. And that is located on the language area of the narrative and under the Finance Department analysis portion of the amendment.
So there's a motion to amend the amendment. Is there a second? Moved and seconded. Alder Figueroa Cole, do you want to speak to it?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So again, we have heard about the reasoning for this amendment this is personally my fourth budget, trying to ensure that we increase the funding for CDD. I would love to see an increase on funding on this round once again, but I can settle with having money be moved around. However, for this particular RFP, I am in 100% in favor of increasing the budget of the older adults bucket and allow for the RFP process to proceed, as Yolanda just explained a minute ago, where staff can then make recommendations across the board and across all the applicants that apply for the funding. So if you haven't had a chance to go to any of the finance meeting or the committee meeting where the presentation has been discussed, I encourage you all to go and take a look at that. There was a robust RESG analysis completed on this process, and the bottom line is we do need more funding, so I am more than happy to support providing funding to the general bucket of older adults. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. So what's before us is an amendment to the amendment. Let's start with any additional questions for staff. Alder Verveer, is it a question?
Yes.
Alder Verveer?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I wish to ask either Jim or Yolanda to please assist us in defining the effect of the amendment, specifically case management services. I can certainly give my definition of case management services, but I think it would be helpful if the council was aware of what indeed case management services are in this RFP document and how it is one of four areas that was anticipated in terms of responses when the RFP was issued earlier this year. That'll be my first question. Thank you, Yolanda.
Alder Verveer, I just want to clarify, are you asking for a definition of what case management services are for the purposes of this RFP?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Yeah, and I could, I have the document too. I could read it myself, but I thought it would be
problem.
more meaningful coming from you. Yeah.
Sure. Case management services include advocates who are assisting our older adults in accessing essential resources and coordinating various aspects of their care. It also includes not only meeting the immediate needs of our older adults, but helping foster long-term stability and empowerment for facing any challenges that they may encounter. It is assisting them in getting connected to various services and other resources within the community. And again, just providing that additional support for long-term stability. Does that help?
Yes, I appreciate that. Thank you very much. And then I don't know if this is fair to ask you, Yolanda, since I kind of know Jim's response, what Jim's response will be because of our recent conversation. But could one or both of you explain what your thoughts are on providing the additional funding toward case management services? When I had suggested this as an area to focus on, it was for a variety of reasons. I won't get into that now in the preamble to this question, but could you perhaps just share what your response would be to providing focusing the additional funding on case management?
So I think if I can be honest, this topic came up for us as staff when it was suggested by you, Alder Verveer. So I think for us, case management services is an area of need to support our older adults. And we have a number of agencies who could provide those services, particularly agencies who are Black and Brown led and can provide more intentional targeted services to our older adults of color. Based on the data that we've received from Equity by Design that tells us that we need to continue to prioritize and center the needs of our older adults. And so when it was brought to our attention that there may be an opportunity for additional funding to be added to the older adult services process, case management was the area where we thought it might be the best fit for those additional funds to be added based on the needs of our current older adults, and also recognizing the need to prioritize services and resources that specifically support our Black and Brown and other marginalized older adults.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Yolanda. I think, Mayor, that will be all for my questions at this point. I do wish to ring in when it's appropriate on discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Then with questions, Alder Latimer Burris.
Yes, and I don't know if this is an appropriate question, but I just want to try to clarify, is case management, does that hit culturally relevant programming issue? I'm trying not to go deep into the issue that I know is an issue that we're trying to solve before these changes were made, but what impact does that have on providing senior services versus culturally relevant programming, if any?
We actually have 4 main areas within the RFP. Culturally relevant services is one of those main 4 areas, in addition to case management services. I think specifically when we're talking about adding additional funding to the case management area, it is to center and prioritize our Black and Brown older adults in case management services. So there is still that culturally relevant services area as well, but this would be specifically to support and make sure that we are our case management services that we're providing are also prioritizing Black and Brown older adults. Does that help?
Sort of, and we all, I don't know everybody, but a lot of us got a big packet, have been interacting with different people that have, how do I say, been involved in this area, senior services, cultural senior services. And so I guess I'm trying to figure out, like, with the amendment just made by Alder Figueroa Cole, if it's, are we going to be narrowing down or expanding what we want to do as a city and long-term goals that we will continue working on for the next 50 years of providing services for people that are seniors, and at the same time providing services for individual seniors that where the cultural appreciation is notable. So I think I'm saying it in the correct way. I hope you understand what I'm getting at.
I think I am, and we are planning to do both.
So perhaps let me try, and Yolanda, stop me if I'm wrong. The RFP has 4 areas. Yes. Under the amendment as written by Alder Verveer, the additional funding would go into one of those 4 areas. Under the amendment as proposed by Alder Figueroa Cole, the additional funding could be used in any of those 4 areas. So Alder Figueroa Cole's amendment is expansive. Alder Verveer's amendment is specific.
And Alder Verveer's amendment is to, I'm not calling attention, I mean, I'm not having the word off the top of my head, but if you'll clarify which are those 2 buckets, and we did read.
Alder Verveer's amendment would specifically fund the case management services bucket, and only that one.
Okay, and then the second one proposed by Figueroa Cole would
allow the funding to be used in any of the 4 buckets under the RFP.
Okay, thank you.
And the four areas are case management services, culturally relevant services, independent living support services, and then outreach, information, and referral services. So those are the 4 areas currently within older adult services.
Thank you, Alder. Additional questions for staff? Alder Conklin.
Thank you, Mayor. And this question is for Yolanda. Yolanda, you came to one of my committees last week, I think, and you talked a lot about the senior house, and a lot of folks from the senior house gave testimony and things, how important it was. I'm just wondering, would the senior house, where would that fall under the RFP? Is that a case management RFP, or how does that fall?
Alder Conklin, are you talking about the Madison Senior Center?
That's what it is. Thank you. The Madison Senior Center, yeah.
The Madison Senior Center is older adult services within the city of Madison is twofold. We have our funding that we allocate to community-based organizations throughout the city, and then we also have the Senior Center, which is owned and operated by the city. That is a day center that is open to older adults Monday through Friday. They can come there, engage in different programs, activities. We have a daily meal that is served there through partnership with Newbridge. And we have exercise room, a computer lab, lots of different space and areas where older adults can come on a regular basis every day and engage. The Madison Senior Center and how it will be connected to these agencies that we will be funding is that those agencies will be working in collaboration with Senior Center staff in terms of helping to plan various programs and events that will take place at the Senior Center, but also working with our older adult program and outreach staff to engage them in the work that they are doing within their respective organizations as well. Historically, the older adult services funding and the Madison Senior Center have been seen as two different things or two separate things, and we are really trying to bring them together. They are one and the same. We fund organizations, and we happen to have a place where older adults can come to be served. And so how do we work with our organizations that we're going to be funding to make that connection and create those opportunities for those organizations to collaborate and partner with the Madison Senior Center a little bit more? Not to say that is not currently being done, but we have more work to do around that. And so that will be a requirement of organizations that will be funded to have more intentional partnerships and collaborations with the Madison Senior Center. Another thing that we currently do is we have a cohort called Coalesce. It stands for something I don't have it memorized right in front of me. But basically what it is all of our agencies that we currently fund under older adult services, which is 6 agencies, are required to be a part of this cohort. They have been in this cohort since 2023. They have been a part of the Equity by Design stakeholder engagement work that we've been doing. They have been a part of the RFP in terms of understanding what we are prioritizing in that work. And they have also come together to share best practices across organizations to understand who is doing what, where are the barriers and the gaps, and how can we work collectively together in this work. Moving forward into 2025, that work will continue. All organizations that are going to be funded are going to be required to be a part of that Coalesce. They will work in partnership and community together, because what we recognize is $838,000 plus $100,000 or not is not enough money to serve our older adult population. And what we need to spend our energy and our time on is focusing less on what we don't have and more on what we do have, by way of these organizations coming together as a collective and really thinking about how they can share what they're doing, share their best practices, figure out what do you have versus what I may not have, but how can we work together to better serve our older adult population. So this will be a requirement of all organizations, not at the executive level, at the direct service level. So we're talking about folks who are working one-on-one or in groups with older adults so that they can really cross-collaborate and talk about how they are doing their case management. How are you making referrals? How can we work together to make sure we're getting our older adults connected to the services that they need? Does that help?
It does. Thank you so much, Yolanda.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Figueroa Cole, questions?
Yeah, thank you. Yolanda, so as you mentioned, we have $838,000 on these older adults funds. Moving the $100,000 or potential $100,000 into that fund, does that prevent you staff to recommend the entire amount to be moved into case management?
It does not.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Knox, questions? Alder, you're muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Yolanda, were there providers of color who applied for case management services under the proposal?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I need. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Harrington McKinney, questions?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My question, of course, is to Yolanda. When the Equity by Design did their report and you identified 4 areas of specificity, trying to say that word, was there a ranking in those 4 areas? When I say a ranking, I mean, you look at the 4 areas, did one area supersede the others?
I would not say that there was a ranking. I think there was certainly a prioritization based on the data that also kind of replicated what we were told or what we saw in 2021 when we did a racial equity analysis, is that older adult services and the needs of our Black and Brown LGBTQ plus IA older adults and other marginalized older adults is not being centered. And so, again, it wasn't a ranking, but more of that was kind of the leading or gleaming thing that came out of the data.
Okay, let me kind of be more specific with my question. So maybe ranking is not the proper, but in those 4 areas, did the need for case management rise to the top? That's really what I'm wanting to ask. That's directly what I'm asking.
So the 4 areas that I mentioned earlier are the priority areas that staff determined to be a part of the RFP. The areas that came out of the work of Equity by Design was more than that. What we did is take what came from that data and then created some of those areas already existed in the previous RFP that was done in 2016. The newest area is around culturally relevant programming, and that area was created based on the data from Equity by Design, which said that one of the top areas was around staff diversity, transportation challenges, culturally relevant programming, information distribution, supporting providers serving BIPOC and LGBTQ plus IA older adults, services for our LGBTQ plus IA older adults, and language access. Those were all the themes that came out of the data. Based on that data is how we decided what needed to be a part of the RFP in terms of the areas that we want to prioritize.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Miadze, questions?
Yeah, Yolanda, thank you so much for answering all those great questions. I guess mine is piggyback on Alder Harrington McKinney's question on how, I guess, case management, they play such a critical role in this. And I was just wondering if there's a way that you can give an explanation of just how critical that role is and how important it is to be funded. So I definitely wholeheartedly agree with Alder Revere's amendment. But just to piggyback on how critical that role is.
It's very critical. They're all critical. And as I said, that's the data helped tell the story of how critical case management, how critical outreach, information services, independent living, and culturally relevant programming is. So it was the data that kind of helped solidify what we have already funded, but also recognizing that we need to prioritize around the area of culturally relevant programming. Does that help?
Yes, but more so the definition of and the job intel of case management.
You want me to reread the definition, or you want?
Oh no, that's a definition that summed everything up. So I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other Alders in the queue with questions. So just to reorient us, we are on an amendment to amendment number 4, as proposed by Alder Figueroa Cole, to strike the language that reads specifically for case management service from the body of the amendment. On that motion, is there discussion? Alder Rivera.
Thank you, Mayor. I cannot support the amendment to the amendment and would hope that my colleagues will join me in opposing the amendment. let me please reiterate that this amendment was developed wholly collaboratively, cooperatively with CDD staff. My own conclusion when I read each of the responses to our RFP a few months ago was that there is still a clear need for case management services in our community. That is taking absolutely nothing away from the excellent work of Equity by Design and the fact that they are educated, their important work educated this process. The underlying amendment would not diminish that report at all. I think it is important for us as elected policymakers to provide direction as to where this money is going, not to the extent that we're earmarking it to a particular agency. Some of us that have been around longer than others know that that was a place that we did not want to go back to, where on this night many years ago, the mayor, I, others that have been here a long time would literally be debating whether or not to earmark additional dollars to one specific agency or another. That is not what this amendment does. In fact, when our budget manager and I were discussing developing this amendment a few days ago, Christine asked, do you want this earmarked to a specific agency? I said, absolutely not. That is not what this is about. What this is about is the fact that case management services have long been the bedrock of what our city has funded in terms of older adult services. I've had the privilege of serving on the Committee on Aging every day that I have been in city government. That's a very long time. During that time, case management services has always been discussed, and I'm no expert in older adults and older adult services by any means, but what I've been told in all of our meetings over those many, many years is the importance of city funding for case management. That's not to say that there's no other funding sources available in our community, but traditionally we have always provided those services. At least 5 agencies have submitted applications for case management services in our community, specifically the African Center for Community Development, Bayview Foundation, Bridge Lake Point Winona Neighborhood Center, New Bridge Madison, and the Hmong Institute. Many of those agencies have experience in case management. Some do not. I have absolutely no objection to new agencies being funded. In fact, I am supportive of the fact, and I think it's exciting that there are so many new agencies that have responded to our RFP. I think it's exciting that the CDD staff recommendations include funding almost all of those new agencies that have made applications to us. I just believe that it is appropriate, and CDD staff concurs, that the money be targeted toward case management. I appreciate very much that the underlying amendment could be adopted tonight, earmarking this toward case management services. I also appreciate that the amendment to the amendment could be adopted tonight, and CDD staff could make recommendations entirely toward case management to our Committee on Aging, or they could expand that otherwise. But you heard staff say tonight, you heard Yolanda say tonight, that additional resources are desperately needed for case management services. So I just thought it would make, not only that we would deliver where the greatest need is, but that we additionally would assist staff and the Committee on Aging in focusing where this additional funds should be spent. Case management is, as you all know, is just literally trying to keep people sheltered, trying to keep people fed, trying to allow for them to understand the resources, the vast array of resources that are available in our community to them that they otherwise would likely not know. So there's no nefarious angle here. There's no attempt to earmark funds for one agency or the other. This is where I think we believe the greatest need is, and I thought it was important that us elected policymakers concur in that determination tonight. So thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Harrington McKinney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I will not be supporting the alternate as well. And I'd like to read into the record a few things. What is the meaning of case management? Case management is defined as a healthcare process in which a professional helps a patient or client develop a plan that coordinates and integrates the support services that the patient client needs to optimize the healthcare and psychological possible goals and outcomes. That's case management. Examples of case management. An elderly patient who recently suffered a stroke might be assigned a case manager at their hospital to ensure they get the ongoing care they need. Case managers are health care professionals who serve as patient advocates to support, guide, and coordinate care for patients, families, and caregivers as they navigate their health and wellness journey. The goals of case management are first and foremost focused on improving the client's clinical, functional, emotional, and psychological status. I read this because oftentimes our elderly population is not able to maintain and stay in their homes without assistance. A case manager specifically is designed to do that. I'm working with members of my church, and one is blind. She can't navigate. She can't get to the bathroom. Activities are fine, but she needs someone to come into the home and help her to navigate because she wants to stay in her home. Case management is critical in older adult populations. Most of the older adults, if you ask them or talk with them, they want to remain in their homes. And in order for that to happen, they must have that specific person that comes into the home. Unless it's a family member, oftentimes there is not a family member, but even to give that family member relief, case management is critical. And so I will not support putting those monies into a general bucket. I really want that money to go into case management to specifically help older adults remain in their homes. So I will not be supporting that. And I will ask that my colleagues consider what the role of a case manager is and how critical it is to the older adult population that's growing tremendously. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Figueroa Cole.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, I appreciate the amendment, and I could use exactly the same sentiment as my colleague Alder Revere. At the end of the day, when I look at this level of funding, the reality is that $838,000 is the number that we should be worrying about. We should be worrying about actually as they figure out ways to increase that dollar amount because our population is aging. Our services are needed across the city. And $838,000 does nothing. It's the smallest budget for CDD programming. So to increase that budget for years to come, I think it is important that we give staff the flexibility to create RFPs based on the needs that exist in the community at the time of the RFPs are coming through, not just this particular RFP round that has case management. And yes, case management is important, and I do trust staff and the Committee on Aging to make the determination that the funding will be needed there. But I don't think it is appropriate for us to define components of a future RFP where the money is going. So I think it is extremely important that we continue to focus on raising the $838,000 and not micromanage the future RFPs that community development are basing on data and information at the time of the RFP, when the RFP is created. So to me, it's really, really important that we continue to find ways to increase support for our aging population. My hunch here will be that this is going to go to that particular case management bucket, but I don't want to handicap future RFPs. I think the dollar amount should remain at the top level. So that's really why I am, feel that we need to keep it at the higher hierarchy and let staff and the committee define and decide where the funding goes. Because as mentioned before, this body, or whatever body was here before I arrived, made a determination that we will pass that authority to a committee and to staff to determine organizations and the RFP processes for the money that we're providing. So I don't know if that's making sense, but that is where I'm coming from. I'm coming from a position where I want us to increase the budget of aging adults that so desperately needs additional funding. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Madison?
Thank you. Can you hear me okay? Because I've had some connect. Thank you. So I will be supporting Alder Figueroa Cole's amendment, mostly because what message would we be sending if we supported the original one? I appreciate Alders Verveer, Harrington, McKinney, and Alder Knox for working on that. But I also found I had some hesitations about supporting it, so I ended up reaching out to staff just to ask some general questions earlier today. But the way that their amendment is written, it is very dismissive. It sort of centers case management and leaves out culturally relevant services, independent support services, and the outreach info and referral services. From the several conversations that I had with including Newbridge, city staff and CDD, and community members who identify as older adults, and especially older adults of color, culturally relevant services rise to the top just as much as case management services. But if we're being honest, we mostly heard from Newbridge about case management services. Now, I absolutely, don't want to see any agency lose their ability to do the work, but culturally relevant services rise to the top just as much as case management services. And so in Equity by Design's reporting, some of their key findings included funding programming that meets the needs of Black, Indigenous, and other people of color, along with folks who identify as LGBTQIA. That did not also come out in the original amendment. And so I just choosing one area versus 4 areas, to me, it signals to the community that we're going to center the folks that we heard from the loudest, and we're going to center the ones who felt that they were losing the most in order to serve these other 3 areas of the RFP. So while I support case management services having done case management work, I also believe that we should leave it to staff in order to make the decisions on how these additional dollars would be spent, and not put ourselves in a position to speak to the community to say, here we are again, making a decision that prioritizes the needs of folks who do not identify as Black, Indigenous, or other people of color, and potentially don't identify as LGBTQIA+. We're going to mostly center the needs of folks who reached out to us the most. And that is not the way that we should continue to be doing our work and making decisions. So again, I do want to thank the original authors of the First Amendment, but when I saw it, I found it to be very dismissive, and I was appreciative of Alder Figueroa Cole's amendment to the amendment, because it sort of evens the playing field and it allows staff to make the decisions on what they think is best. So we trusted their decisions to begin with, and I think we should just be adding more money to the pot and allow them to continue to make the decision. So.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Knox?
Thank you. This is an interesting discussion, but one of the things I think about is there was a clear, articulated need for case management services. And those of us who sit on the Board on Aging, we realize that. I remember hearing several persons of color at the public hearings talk about not wanting to lose their case managers, because that's a key function where in case management, you're helping these seniors know what services are available based on their particular needs. And I will point to what Mike talked about. They're key neighborhood-based providers of color who requested more case management services. Practically all of the people who requested cultural relevance received the funding that they requested, except for one agency. So I think it's really critical that we understand that it's important for any seniors to first be able to identify the services that they need and come up with a plan. And that's what the case managers do. Case management is very fundamental to providing services, not all provided by a lot of other agencies in the city. So it was with thought that this proposal was put together the way it is. And I would recommend all of my colleagues to support the original amendment. And I'm not going to support the alternative either. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Bennett.
Thank you. I just wanted to hop in this discussion real quick, as I don't purport to know more about this from the lens of like those that sit on the aging, that sit on this committee. However, at a time where this is like very deeply personal to me, where I have an aging parent that is facing this exact situation, the reason why I'm supporting the amendment to the amendment is because we need to be looking at this from a very holistic perspective. I'm just speaking from my own experience with my dad. We have access to case management. He is a veteran. He has plenty of case management resources for being a veteran. There's the Aging and Disability Resource Center that's available to him and all other older adults. One thing that is really a struggle is the idea of independent living and how to pay for things as we transition into different modes of where his life is at this time. And while I don't think that anyone that is supporting the amendment to the amendment is saying that case management isn't important, I think what we're saying is that there are other things that are also important. And this gives us the opportunity to explore that option. And like any committee, allow you all the opportunity to give us then recommendations on where the funds should be allocated, rather than us putting the hammer down right now where those funds should be allocated. So I just wanted to say, as an overall thing, I think that the 4 buckets are there for a reason, and it is because they are all very, very important to having a holistic and expansive look at or assistance to older adults, meeting them where they are, and where they are might not just fall into the bucket of case management, but also those other buckets that are presented.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Martinez Rutherford.
Thank you, Mayor. God, I sounded like Marsha right then. Thank you, Mayor. As someone who is rapidly approaching being an older adult, sagging neck first. No one is arguing that case management is not important. Also, as a non-default American, I realize how hard it is for those of us who don't have retirement, who don't have resources, who aren't white, cisgender, heteronormative, and resourced, often get overlooked. We prioritize cisgender, heteronormative white people who are resourced. I don't think intentionally, but by default. I believe it's important to leave the options open to CDD, or community development, because those are individuals that I trust to make the decision for the funding, with cooperation with the council and other committees. So I will be supporting the amendment on the amendment for that reason, hoping that even in dire situations that our city will prioritize all people, but making sure that no one is left in the lurch, for lack of better terms. So thank you very much for the time for me to grandstand. Thanks.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Harrington McKinney?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. One of the things that I do agree with the Alder Figueroa Cole is that we need more money in that bucket. It is very clear. Transportation rises to the top. So when you're dealing with elderly people and some, they're not well resourced, is that in order for them to stay into their own homes, they need that money. I guess when I look at the overall budget that the city is putting, and I wish that I had thought about doing this prior to tonight, is the amount that we are allocating for our seniors comparatively with the amount of money that we're putting in other resources, like buses that I see drive through the night with one or two. And just let me vent, because I really want to be serious about this, is that the investment in our elderly population compared to where we put our monies is not comparable. And when we look at struggling individuals who are elderly, and I'm in that bucket myself, is that there is not enough money, and the city does not have unlimited pockets, even though the referendum's passed. But how we allocate and treat our elderly is so critical to who we are. And so when Alder Revere put this forward, he had a discussion with the department, and the department felt comfortable with, and it wasn't money going to a specific agency, a specific organization. It was money going into a bucket that the Committee on Aging could decide how that money is going to be allocated specifically for case management. Case management is critically important because it maintains and allows individuals who are seniors to remain in their homes. And so even when the public testimony came forward, it was case management. When Dina Wright spoke about her time at Newbridge, it was case management. And so I am still not going to support it going into a general, and we're not talking about encumbering future councils. We're talking about the 2025 operating budget, and that's what we are looking at. And we're looking at not the alternate to the alternate, but I will not be supporting the alternate to the alternate because I think that that money will be better placed for case management.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Miadze?
Well, I think a lot has already been said, but I just wanted to piggyback on the fact that city staff and Alder Revere talked about all these issues about what was important. I think that was the main reason why I asked Yolanda why case management is so critically important. And also, too, given the fact that we have a couple of alders that serve on that committee, and they said that one of the critical pieces that was missing was case management. A lot of the places that have been funded, one of the critical pieces that was missing was case management. I'm not going to belabor the conversation that's been talked about for a while now, but case management, I believe, is critically important right now. So I'll be sticking with the original motion. Thank you. Amen.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Duncan?
Thank you, Mayor. I will be supporting the amendment to the amendment. I thank my colleagues for putting this amendment forward. Looking at the information that was provided by CDC, there was 15 applicants and 24 proposals. 5 of those are case management. So even though the intent is not to earmark it for a specific agency, I'll be the first to say I don't know if those other 5 agencies were funded, but it does appear that we are trying to earmark the money instead of putting the money in the bucket that can be provided to all the 4 areas that have been mentioned. If staff do feel as though that case management is the most important area to put this additional funding, then I have full faith in our staff that they will do that and they will put it forward to the Council on Aging and we will be able to evaluate that. But I am concerned that the additional money being specifically categorized for case management is earmarking it for a particular agency.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Evers?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not exactly sure how I'm going to vote on this. I think the discussion has been very good. But one of the things that it occurs to me that when you have these separate buckets, the assumption is if this additional funds were to be used for case management, that it wouldn't be informed by culturally relevant considerations and values. And that the implication is that this is an earmark for a particular agency, but it decidedly is not, because there are what culturally relevant agencies are agencies that would fall under the rubric of BIPOC agencies and non-white, non-normative, non-cisgender services that serve our entire community. And I think one of the compelling thing as an alder who's sat in this body for going on 6 years, when you have 2 committee members who work on a committee like the Council of Agency and come up with this, I tend to defer to them. They put in the hard work, they listen to the need, they're familiar with it, they've been sitting in these meetings month after month, week after week. I respect that. And so I'm not going to make a judgment call on the motivation. So you can see that I think that there are good arguments on both sides, but I'm leaning to support the alders who sit on the committee that's responsible for the initial amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Revere for the second time.
Thank you, Mayor. A few points I'd like to make that haven't been made already. First, I know that no disrespect is intended by any of my colleagues toward those that serve on the Committee on Aging. However, several of the comments have referenced that, given the impression that CDD staff have the final say in these allocations, and of course that's not accurate. So just want to be clear one last time here. The duly appointed Committee on Aging, the subject matter expert committee on December 4th is scheduled to consider, among other things, the CDD staff recommendations, but that doesn't mean that they will automatically be adopted wholly. Then that committee's work will go to those of us that serve on the Finance Committee, and then, of course, the full council. Again, that all is scheduled for early in January. That's one. Number two, the last time that there's been a older adult services RFP by the city was way back in 2016. It's most unfortunate, and some of you might recall that I've been advocating for processes to occur much quicker every year at Finance Committee public hearings. I know at least Director O'Keefe knows that I constantly raise the issue in that forum. But anyway, the argument that we're handicapping future RFPs is just not accurate, because this RFP document that was issued earlier this year looks nothing like the RFP document that was issued the last time in 2016, and the next process for older adult services won't look like the one this year. So that just doesn't make sense to me. But mostly, thirdly, I want to just articulate, because I feel very uncomfortable tonight that this amendment and my lack of support for the amendment to the amendment somehow diminishes so-called culturally relevant services. And I say so-called because, again, quote unquote, that is one of 4 focus areas in this RFP. As I said earlier, I wholly support that. I supported the RFP language. I sponsored the RFP language with Alder Knox when it came before this council for adoption earlier this year. The initial staff recommendations to the Committee on Aging are approximately 50% of the funding toward culturally relevant services. The majority of the nonprofit agencies that applied for, again, culturally relevant services are recommended for full funding, whether it be outreach in terms of LGBTQ population, or whether it be many other organizations that, I have the whole list here that I could mention that are recommended for full funding. That's the reality of the staff recommendations. That was another factor why, as I was discussing this amendment with fellow sponsors and CDD staff, we all thought it made sense to acknowledge that case management services under the initial staff recommendations was facing the most significant reduction, and that is an area of need. And I appreciate Alder Evers' articulation that agencies that provide culturally relevant services, whether it's in that focus area or not, and that clearly is the case. So I just wanted to explain that some of this conversation has felt very uncomfortable, that if you're for this amendment or against this amendment, somehow you're not supportive of culturally relevant services, and that just isn't accurate portrayal. In the grand scheme of things, the underlying amendment is what is most important. The amendment to the amendment, not so important. Again, those of us that kind of have been living this every day, especially for the last several weeks, thought that case management services was the area of greatest additional resources on building on top of the initial CDD staff recommendations, again, which almost fully fund culturally relevant services as they were, as those applications were made this summer. So I realize this has been a debate that probably none of you were expecting, perhaps, and I appreciate everyone's attention, and I realize this might not be the easiest decision, but again, I intend to not support the amendment to the amendment and ask my colleagues to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Madison for the second time.
Thank you, Mayor. It will be my last time. I just want to make a couple notes. Each of us should always lean in when we're uncomfortable. Being uncomfortable is actually okay. It also signals that we need more something in the thing that is making us uncomfortable. So being uncomfortable in any of our discussions is actually a positive thing. I also want to go back to Dina Wright, who has spoke at one of our previous meetings, and some of the concerns that she had. And I just want to those of us who know Dina's work know that she spent a considerable amount of years and is still doing this work to serve, especially folks who identify as Black and an older adult. So I just don't want us to dismiss the conversations that she shared with us, that some of us may have reached out and shared with and had one-on-ones with her, or from what I understand, maybe a group meeting with other alders with her. I also want to note, because there was reference to the folks who sit on the committee as subject matter experts. That is great. All of us likely will think of ourselves in that capacity on the individual committees that we sit in. But all of us, just because we don't sit on a committee, it doesn't sort of limit our concern about what's coming from a committee. And I think in general, all of us are really supportive of funding and increasing funding for older adults programming, but it doesn't, we shouldn't limit who we believe has some sort of value to this conversation because we may not sit on the committee that make the recommendations or decided on the RFP. And then I just want to lastly just go back to, I had several conversations with CDD staff, community members, some of the organizations that are recommended for funding. And just as, again, I just want to just be clear, case management absolutely did rise to the top of those discussions, but so did transportation and absolutely culturally relevant services. And it is my understanding that culturally relevant services, especially even in the recommendations that, that's before us to a degree, it is not enough. It is absolutely not enough. It is beyond underfunded. And so if this additional pot of money is added and case management continues to rise to the top, and as Alder Duncan was saying, if it ends up being allocated for case management services, such as life, but maybe some of it will be in other buckets. But I just think we should leave it to staff and not signal to the community that we're going to continue to prioritize one group or one, segment of our community over others, because just as loud as we were hearing about case management services, I absolutely heard very loudly about the lack of culturally relevant services. And even with the recommendations that was not even hitting half of what those organizations needed to rightfully serve people who identify as Black, Indigenous, or other people of color. So that's it.
Thank you, Alder. I almost had no other alders in the queue. Alder Latimer Burris.
Yeah, so my commentary on this whole issue, actually the two issues that are most controversial, I find it very interesting that we get into intentionally, unintentionally or not, of pitting, groups that are disparate, two groups that are, both always struggling. So, there's seniors that are seniors, and then there's seniors that are Black, Brown, Indigenous people, LGBTQ. When you age, it's not selective. Aging is not selective to, your particular affinity group or group. So I think it's interesting that we spent a lot of money in the city on a bunch of different items. And then with senior care, we're like, we got this little pot, and now the pot has gotten chopped. Initially the pot was chopped down to, what I feel like is a pitting, and I don't like it because all of those groups have worked in the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000, 2010 to be seen as human beings. So I know how I'm going to vote on this. I did have an extensive conversation with Dina Wright, who is James C. Wright's daughter, the Reverend of Mount Zion. And when we would go down into the weeds on it for a couple of hours, it would come out that everything starts with case management and moves from there. So if we want to change the future for our seniors and we truly value them, then we will be spending more money on them as they age, as we all will. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Now I have no other alders in the queue. I just want to clarify for the record that the base amount in this pot of money was increased over last year, and this amendment of it ultimately would increase it again. So there were not cuts to senior services proposed. On the amendment to the amendment, which is moved and seconded and would remove the language specifically for case management service, all those in favor, aye. Those opposed, no. As your name is called, and the clerk will please call the roll.
Thank you. Alder Tisler. Alder Tisler, no. Alder Verveer. No. Alder Verveer, no. Alder Vitiver. Aye. Alder Vitiver, aye. Alder Wahilia. Alder Wahilia, no. Alder Bennett. Aye. Alder Bennett, aye. Alder Conklin. Aye. Alder Conklin, aye. Alder Curry.
Aye.
Alder Curry, aye. Alder Duncan. Aye. Alder Duncan, aye. Alder Evers.
No.
Alder Evers, no. Alder Field. Aye. Alder Field, aye. Alder Figueroa Cole. Alder Figueroa Cole, aye. Alder Govindarajan. Aye. Alder Govindarajan, aye. Alder Ugar. Aye. Alder Ugar, aye. Alder Harrington McKinney. No. Alder Harrington McKinney, no. Alder Knox.
No.
Alder Knox, no. Alder Latimer Burris.
No.
Alder Latimer Burris, no. Alder Madison.
Aye.
Alder Madison, aye. Alder Martinez Rutherford. Aye. Alder Martinez Rutherford, aye. Alder Miadze.
No.
Alder Miadze, no. Alder Rummel. Alder Rummel, no. We have 11 ayes, 9 noes.
With 11 ayes, the amendment to the amendment passes, and we're back to the main motion, which is to adopt the amendment with the altered language. So again, this would reallocate funds from personnel to purchase services for the older adult services RFP in community development. Is there further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, it has been moved and seconded. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we will record a unanimous vote in favor of the amended language. Alder Vitiver.
We have a 5-minute break, please.
Alder Vitiver will move 5-minute recess. Is there a second? Moved and seconded. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of a 5-minute recess? Seeing no objection, we're at 9:04. Let's come back at 9:10. We're about 2 minutes out. And we're 1 minute out from coming back, 1 minute out. Okay. The hour of 9:10 having come and gone, I will ask the alders on Zoom to turn their cameras back on, and the alders in the room to please take their seats. And the clerk to please call the roll.
Thank you. Alder Tischler. Alder Tischler is present. Alder Revere. Here. Alder Revere is present. Alder Vitiver. Here. Alder Vitiver is present. Alder Wahelia. Wait on that one. Alder Bennett. Here. Alder Bennett is present. Alder Conklin. Present. Alder Conklin is present. Alder Curry.
Here.
Alder Curry is present. Alder Duncan. Here. Alder Duncan is present. Alder Evers. Here. Alder Evers is present. Alder Field. Here. Alder Field is present. Alder Figueroa Cole. Here. Alder Figueroa Cole is present. Alder Govindarajan. Alder Govindarajan is present. Alder Ugair. Sorry about that. Alder Ugair is present. Alder Harrington McKinney. Here. Alder Harrington McKinney is present. Alder Knox. Alder Knox is
here.
Is affirmative? Yes, is present. Alder Latimer Burris.
Here.
Alder Latimer Burris is present. Alder Madison.
Here.
Alder Madison is present. Alder Martinez Rutherford. Present. Alder Martinez Rutherford is present. Alder Miadze.
Present.
Miadze is present. Alder Rummel is present. And Alder will be joining us in a moment, but we do have a quorum.
All right, thank you. All right, we are on to amendment number 5, which is in the Office of the Independent Monitor, Direct Appropriations Fleet and Police. And on amendment number 5, Alder Rummel.
Move adoption.
Is there a second? Moved and seconded to adopt. On amendment 5, Alderman, would you like to speak to it?
Sure, thank you, Mayor. Thank you so much for considering this amendment. I was very, honestly, quite disturbed when I saw the budget, which for the 1% cut that had this transfer of funds from this office to the Imagination Center, which of course I support. So I felt really torn. And I guess I made it my goal to help find money for it. And it took a while, really, honestly, to go through the process. And I won't bore you with all the iterations and meetings I had, but the idea is that we have this body that is unique. It's struggled. And I think, honestly, in my opinion, we're at a moment where it's coming together. We have, full complement of staff. We have new potential PCOB members in the queue to sign up. And I think I want to give it a chance to prove itself. But I realized from hearing from my colleagues that, there was maybe some cuts that could happen or just concerns about various aspects. So I tried to listen to you and come up with something with my colleagues, Alder Madison and Alder Duncan, to find something that could find the money for and then get enough of it to move forward so that we can make sure that it has a fair chance at succeeding. So I might speak more, but I hope you'll support it. And I'm happy to participate in the conversation.
Thank you, Alder. On Amendment 5, are there questions for staff? Alder Evers, questions?
No, I'd like to put forth
Can we do questions first, Alder?
no substitutes or anything like that. You do questions for staff now?
Questions first and then substitutes in once we get to discussion.
Okay.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Ugair, questions?
Thank you, Mayor. This is a question about the fleet part of this, but I think Charlie Romines probably has the information to answer my question. I was intrigued by, because I'm kind of a gadget and equipment person, I was intrigued in the listings of possible cuts that we would have had there been a failed referendum by the reduction in GPS subscriptions. And my guess then and my guess now that I'd like to see if you can validate is that we made it routine to acquire GPS subscriptions in regard to a wide variety of equipment on the assumption that that would allow us to achieve certain efficiencies, meaning reductions in other kinds of expenses, whether it was more efficient use of labor or less wear and tear on the equipment, whatever. But my understanding when I originally saw this in potential failed referendum cuts and looking at it here is that we see now, I assume, that by eliminating the subscriptions for certain kinds of equipment, that we do not expect it to pop up in increased expenses elsewhere, that this was something that perhaps we hoped might lead to efficiency, but we feel that we can move forward, eliminate those subscriptions without adverse consequences somewhere else in terms of efficiencies. Do I have that right, or would you see it differently?
So I'll take a very short approach to this, and then if Assistant Superintendent of Fleet Rachel Darkin, who's with us here virtually, if I miss something, she can take it from there. But Rachel had looked, Rachel and I, her doing the heavy lifting, had taken a look at the GPS program as a whole as part of our budget reduction planning to see if we could find a nuanced or a scalpel type approach to reduce some of the less beneficial GPS units that we have. And Rachel and her staff had come up with around the $30,000 to $35,000 mark of primarily equipment that doesn't move as often, mowers, things of that nature. And so I think generally, Alder Gare, you're correct. And I'll yield to Rachel if she had anything she wants to add to that.
Thank you. I really don't have too much else to add. The reductions that we identified as part of the 5% cut, we really did think about what had the least impact on our operating services and on the services that the agencies provide. So the majority of what is potentially going to be reduced with this amendment is GPS units that's on that off-road equipment, is not used as much, is not necessary for evaluating the impact of services, isn't super necessary for diagnostic information, and also doesn't really have as much of an impact on our on the Vision Zero and safety aspects of the GPS program. So overall, these seem to be common sense reductions to make if we're thinking about efficiencies for our budget.
Thank you, Charlie. Thank you, Rachel. And then I have a question for finance, either David or Christine. So some of the other savings here are come from taking a close look, I take it, at some of the budgets that are there to handle just things beyond our control that can come up. Where do we need legal fees? Some of these other items that are in there. And we try to make a reasonable estimate for those things. There are a lot of budgets like that that are responsive to things that may or may not happen. But I take it that you have looked closely enough at some of these other ones to say that we can safely make these reductions, and we will probably not need more than that to handle the items that that they're in there for. Do I have that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. No further questions. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Alder Harrington McKinney, questions?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My question of staff, and I circled reduced, kind of similar, reduced purchase services and internal building. And so as I went through the ask for a lot of the departments, there is a purchase of services. And so could staff explain to me how they arrive at what that purchase of service, what is it based on? What's the rubric that is designed around?
I'm sorry, Alder, do you mean for that specific area?
For that.
Or for the entire budget?
Well, if you give me that one, then I'll know if I need to expand it further.
So purchase services are primarily for contractual type of services. So for example, in the community development budget, the relationship between the city and outside organizations is usually done through a contract, and it's budgeted in the purchase services major budget line. And so when we were talking about purchase services within these two areas, they're for contractual services, for legal services, direct appropriation. That's for contracts with basically an outside law firm that provides services to the Police and Fire Commission, as well as possible appraisal services contracts that might be needed associated with legal challenges to property appraisals, property assessments by the city assessor, as well as possible legal representation that's required under collective bargaining agreements for police and firefighters. And so that's what we mean by purchase services.
And just a follow-up question if these purchase services were reduced and where that money was taken from, so how would the agencies compensate or make up? What would their alternatives be?
I would characterize this more as a re-estimate of what we think we will need in those two areas. particularly in the legal services area. That was increased, I think, fourfold as recently as a couple of years ago, based on there was a change in basically the law firm that provides services to the PFC. There had been a long-term firm individual that had provided that service. That person retired, and so a new firm had to be identified. And so that resulted in some increase. And then there was an increase in the number of legal challenges by property owners to basically assessments. And so that required some expert type of analysis associated with it. And that also resulted in that re-estimate of how much was needed. Now, since then, we've added an insurance, we've added to our insurance capability regarding the expert sort of analysis that's necessary associated with those outside appraisal services. So we've kind of looked at expenditures over the last few years, and then based on those expenditure levels, we thought that could be re-estimated. Same with the license suspension, which has been indirect appropriations for at least 10 years. It used to be in the police department's budget. They asked that be moved out of their budget. And again, it's just an estimate of what we think that license suspension cost will be each year. Again, we took a look at that. We thought, well, that could be probably re-estimated based on what we've seen in trends over the last few years.
So may I ask one follow-up question then to that? When you're talking about the re-estimation, especially that line item, is that something that it will happen across the board, or it just happened in this particular instance? Is it the finance department looking at areas where they can re-estimate what's set aside, or was it just for this instance?
Sorry, we're doing that as a part of the entire budget process with agencies. These direct appropriations kind of sit off on their own, and are affected by different things. They're not really tied directly to agency activities. I mean, some of them are. And so we look at those areas, and I think the level is, could be kept at where it's at. We just identified these couple of areas as, well, based on trends, based on the increase, particularly in the legal services area a couple of years ago, we probably could re-estimate this a little bit more or keep it the same. We saw this as an area that could be slightly changed, and is what's before you in this amendment.
Okay, so this was done specifically for this particular item.
Correct.
And so final question, I promise. And if we're able to find critically, as Marcia did, is that a part of financing that will go, and you might have answered it, but I just didn't hear it, is that estimation is something that the finance department will be doing for all of the departments, or only upon request when we're trying to find money?
I think I answered that. We look at every agency's budget. You saw that some of those, some of the proposals looked at what was in the agency requests. Some of them looked at proposals for reductions. This was more of a look at some of these areas that aren't directly tied to agencies, and the number of possible options are extremely limited. And these were a couple that we took a little closer look at. We probably could re-estimate it, but otherwise we are sort of going through, as a part of that cost to continue process with the agencies, looking really specifically at what they need.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Tischler.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, this is a question actually for not Alder, for Attorney Haas. Didn't want to demote you there. I guess my question is what we heard from Director Sminicki, but from, I guess, more from a legal perspective, what impacts do you see by moving funds from the Police and Fire Commission to the Office of the Independent Monitor?
Well, as I understand it, as the finance director indicated, those are funds designated for both the PFC attorney and for counsel. If either a police officer or a complainant is successful at the PFC level, our current ordinance allows their attorney fees to be reimbursed by the city. So my understanding is that's also part of that fund. And as the finance director indicated, I mean, based on the history over the years, we have not had a lot of PFC hearings. I don't know if that's going to change with the more active independent monitor, and now that they have a complaint process, that's yet to be seen. I believe there's, and Dave can correct me if I'm wrong, there's funding, separate funding related to complainants as part of the oversight board, but I think, is that proposed to be eliminated?
The funding for legal services that are in the Office of the Independent Monitor would be added back as a part of the amendment that's before the council right now.
Right. So there are those funds, but I believe the funding that's being proposed to be reduced is for, under the current ordinance that would reimburse prevailing parties in front of the PFC. In the past, it's, I think, usually been representatives, legal counsel for the police officer.
Right. So it'd be added back from the Police and Fire Commission. Is that correct, or am I getting confused here?
There's two pots of money, Alder, right? So in the Office of the Independent Monitor, there are funds that are dedicated to represent complainants throughout the process. What we've had for some time now is a pot of money that, again, according to our ordinances and I believe our union contracts, where the prevailing party before the PFC can ask for their legal fees to be paid, and they are paid out of that pot of money. So that's the pot of money that is potentially impacted here to be cut and transferred to the Office of the Independent Monitor.
In addition to the fees for the legal counsel for the PFC itself. And I believe under the contract, that depends on how much work they need to put in. So that's not a set amount every year.
Right. Yeah, because in this, the prediction is, or they're looking at last 3 years, ranging from 36,000 to 77. But if we're looking at suddenly increased legal fees, where is that money? Where would that money come from then? If we do see, in the years ahead, more legal fees. And I'm guessing
maybe
maybe
it's jump in on that one. So just as we do with every agency, and the Finance Committee sees projections at the second quarter as well as at the year end, and we do a mid-year appropriation resolution as well as a year end where we make adjustments to, based on actual spending. So if there's more spending in this specific appropriation, that could be transferred from an agency that's seeing some underspending. So we do that every year in terms of projections for all agencies as well as in these direct appropriations.
But that could be true with we allocate the money, if need be, to the independent monitor, right? I mean, or is that?
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
No, I mean, if there's an increased number of legal fees, then you could do the same thing with transferring money to the independent monitor, just like other departments. Is that's yeah? I mean,
the council can certainly do that. Right. Yes.
Okay. If it's all right, that mostly, I guess I think I'm understanding this. I do have a question. If I maybe could ask you, Mayor, a quick question. I'm looking at and my apologies for not being here in person earlier, but I was listening and regarding the I guess, the annual report. I'm just looking at what the committee work does, and the it says here that the under powers and duties, it talks about the board shall furnish an annual public report, and I guess we were sent a draft. I read a 2-page draft, but I guess my question is, I don't remember seeing anything, but has your office received a public annual report over the years that this committee has been in place?
No.
And so, so using words like duties and shall, that's what draw my attention there. So thank you. That's my question.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Evers, is it a question or is it Alder Evers?
Yeah, is the independent monitor, Robin Copley, available?
Yes, go ahead.
Robin, Alder Tischler just brought up this point. We, in response to Maya Pearson's suggestion that there was an annual report that was supposed to go out every year, you sent this out, and when we open it up, it's an annual report from 2020 to 2021, and it's a draft. The question is, why was there only one report issued, and why is it a draft? Why is it a final report, and why did we never receive it?
So the report that Maya was referencing was an annual report that was put together by the PCOB. These years that it encompassed were the years preceding my starting at the OIM. This draft report was presented at the PCOB meeting at a PCOB meeting at the end of the year. It's escaping me whether it was the November meeting or the December meeting, but at that one they voted to approve it. I don't know why it never got published. Ultimately, it should have been published to the website during my absence, but I guess it was not. The version that I sent is the version that I had available. If there was an amended version that occurred in my absence, I will locate that. But again, this was the annual report that was released by the PCOB. As far as the Office of the Independent Monitor, we have not put together a annual report yet at this time, as we have yet to have a data analyst to actually put together said report and follow along the metrics that a report would require. So now with the starting of our data analysts on an hourly rate, we've been able to actually begin the first of our data investigations, and we announced the first of our investigations actually just yesterday. So with that in mind, we actually have the report or the work starting to actually report on. So up till now, as far as why there hasn't been an annual report, it's because we haven't had the means to create one yet.
Well, even that could have been reported, even if it was a one-page report from you as the monitor as to if it's an obligation of an annual obligation. Couldn't you have simply sent a one-page report giving us an update as to the progress after, say, in 2023, when you have been on the job for a year?
Yes, I'm sure that if someone had asked me about this, I could have provided the council with more input as to where we were in the creation of these reports. I wasn't requested of any of this, like as far as any kind of the reporting to the council on a quarterly basis or these general updates or meetings with the council. I did not receive that from the council. I had input from certain alder members who came and sought me out. But as far as reporting to the council, I was under the understanding that I was building an office. I was not under the understanding that the annual reporting data analytics would need to be conducted by myself without a data analyst.
Yeah, no, again, this is not about a quarterly report to council. It's about the required annual report that's supposed to go forward. I'm just wondering why the only report that exists is from 2020 to 2021. It's a draft. And And again, it's confusing, and it speaks to the concerns I think people have that the basic reporting requirements haven't been followed through. So I guess we're looking for some reassurance if this obligation of an annual report is something that could be moved forward. And if you don't have the data analytics in place, if you have things that are missing, that's still okay to include in an annual report. Wouldn't you agree?
Well, it wouldn't be a report because there would be nothing to report on. If essentially my report is, here's where I would put my data analytics, that's not a report, that's an excuse. So ultimately, like, if we have the funding restored to this office and I can have a part-time data analyst at the very least, then yeah, I would be able to put together an annual report from the office. As to your question as to this draft from the previous years, again, that was not from the Office of the Independent Monitor. That was put together by the Police Civilian Oversight Board, and it is a reflective of their work, not the office's.
All right, I'll save my thoughts for discussion then.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Field.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question for, I think, finance staff about the fleet budget and the fleet component of this amendment. The fleet operating budget is the one that I maybe have the hardest time thinking about because of the different, its internal role and its different revenue sources. Can you just walk us through effectively where, aside from a reduction of $35,000 on the expense side of fleet's budget, what would the source of revenue be within the context of fleet's budget?
So Alderfield, the fleet budget is funded through rates that are charged to user agencies. That's the revenue source. So by reducing the expenditure in fleet, we're then reducing the rate slightly that'll be paid by those user agencies that are, in effect, benefiting from this GPS activity. And the rough split of general fund agencies and non-general fund agencies that pay in those rates is about an 80-20 split. And so 80% of that $35,000 of savings will really sort of accrue to general fund agencies through a slightly reduced rate.
And just maybe to restate a simplified version of that so that you could confirm or correct me, the agencies served by fleet would be paying fleet less and would also then be drawing less from the general fund.
So in effect, we're reducing those, those agencies. Yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Rummel.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to ask finance staff about, to just make sure everyone understands about the police overage, how I kind of stumbled on that because I was, in my early iteration, I was looking for the low-hanging fruit of unfilled positions, I admit, and then I found that one, and Christine informed me that there was some error in budgeting. Can you explain that so people know what I know about it?
Sure. So we, each year, as a part of the cost to continue process, we do a what we call a projection for all of the positions in city government, and that's a key element of building that cost to continue budget. So when we did the projection, we pull that data from the budget system and from payroll. And for this particular position, it came in as a one full-time equivalent position and was funded that way through that cost to continue process. But when we went back and looked at it, that position is actually a 6/10 of a full-time position. And so there's a little bit of extra salary and fringe benefit associated with that position that could be removed associated with that.
So just to clarify, it's not touching that position, that remains as requested in their budget?
It's right, it's at the authorized level of 6/10 of a position.
Okay, thanks. And my second question is, I know, because I went through a couple of rounds, especially with Alder Madison, talking to staff, and at some point, we said, well, what, should we use the rainy day fund for some or all of this? And you kind of gave us a hard no. Can you tell us, like, you know, again, why that you would have said, no, this is not the way?
I'm sorry, was that a question to me?
Pardon me?
Was that a question for finance? Sorry.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So, you know, I think we've generally talked about with the council throughout this process that using one-time funding sources for ongoing costs is what adds to our ongoing, what we call that structural deficit. And so it's a best practice in budgeting to use that fund balance for one-time costs as much as possible. Now, I think we have, as you know, in prior budgets, applied fund balance to balance the budget. So a portion of that has been for ongoing costs. But that's generally our, I think, from a budgeting perspective, our response on using fund balance, because it's really a one-time source of funding for effectively, in the context of this amendment, an ongoing cost of the Office of the Independent Monitor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Latimer-Burris.
Thank you. So my questions were for just clarification questions for finance. So I'll start with the last one. When you get a request and it becomes a hard no, then you go back through your budget? Are you guys always going back through the budget to see if there's additional funds or something has been, listed in error? Is that a process that you go through once you're done, doing the cost to continue and hearing from the various departments? I'm just kind of curious as to when that happens. Sorry, I'm asking a complicated question, but.
They're not complicated questions. I mean, it's kind of happening throughout the process. I mean, we're looking at various things. We may hear from the agencies as they're doing a close review of what's in the cost to continue budget. So I would say it's happening at different times during the process. But, our goal is in the cost to continue process, which we're talking about, an over $400 million general fund budget, to be as, complete as possible in that review and working with the agencies.
Okay, and then the other thing is just clarification. So when Alder Field was talking about the user fee that falls under internal service funds on page 29 of the operating budget, those fees are to kind of, the way that I simplify it is like they do business just with us. The outside public is not, those fees are charged to the city, in effect. I'm simplifying it.
Alder, can you speak into the mic? Sorry.
Okay, sure. So what I'm saying is when you were talking about the user fees that was on page 29 of the executive operating budget, the user is us, right? We use these fees.
Right.
Is
For
that
fleet,
correct?
fleet is an internal service fund, as you said, and so those, we call them rates. Those rates are charged back to user agencies. They're not charged to external customers.
Okay, and then I'm just curious, following up with Alder Harrington McKinney's question, is would we, in this situation, if we were under lawsuits or whatnot, where we were going to be over with the Office of the monitoring office, would we be able to do what I think is called, that you've educated us also on page 29, I think, is the interdepartmental transfer, where we could go up to $50,000 to get something done?
There is a provision in the budget resolution, which will be before you later this evening, as well as the one that you adopted for the 2024 budget, that does allow transfers between major lines and between agencies of up to $50,000. Between agencies, it has to be approved by the mayor. Between major lines, by the finance director.
Okay, and thank you so much. And again, thank you to you guys for educating us. We're getting better. We sound more knowledgeable because I think we're processing better. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Bennett?
Sure. So this is for Robin. Yeah. It is my understanding that the board was responsible for writing the reports up until you were hired in 2022. Is that correct? Correct?
That's correct, yes.
Yes. And as we know, the board is mostly like volunteer service. They were focused on hiring for the independent monitor and setting up a whole different department and everything. So that's why, or that's part of the reason why there wasn't reports during that time, right?
Yeah, ultimately, they were meeting really consistently in order to try and get things done. But again, these were, everything that was getting done in open meetings. And you could see that it took a long time for them to put together the processes and the framework upon which everything else gets built. So, yeah, it took them a while, but it was productive and regardless.
Right. And so when you were hired, it is my understanding that there might have, that, still there is a learning curve, training that needs to happen, even personal issues with medical reasons, which may have impeded the ability to complete the annual report, and also on top of that, just hiring for the data analyst position, which is all the more reason why we might not have seen a report in annual reports from 2023 to 2024.
Yeah, that's correct. Like at the start of this year, this was obviously a concern that I was having, but my health deteriorated to an extent that, I think that the ordinance asked for that report to be delivered in March. I started my medical leave in March. Upon returning in June, I felt that the top priority would be staffing the office so that I could put together at least some months of a fully staffed office to have something to report for the year. I, as a result, was anticipating that the first report that comes out of the office would be cumulative of the first years of the office altogether, so that as a result it would be productive and it could show an actual trends and patterns in the 5 rubrics that are laid out in the ordinance for the annual report.
Right, because there are specific metrics that we want in the report, not just a blanket page statement.
Yes.
And so from my understanding, with having a data analyst position now, we can expect moving forward that there will be annual reports, and pending any, major changes or shifts in issues, that is an expectation that we know will be met in the future, right?
Yeah, so long as the proposed amendment is passed and I continue to have a data analyst, albeit a part-time one.
Yep. And so if the council were to ask for a quarterly report, and or to create a 5 to 7 year plan, would that be something that you all would be able to fulfill in the upcoming years?
Absolutely. Yeah, no, the biggest delay has honestly been finding the right people to put together this team. For a department of 3 people, it's difficult to call it a department. It really is just a very small team. And without any one of those people, we don't really have our team. We don't have our department. So now that we have a fully staffed office, it's a lot easier to actually put together the logistics for the future moving forward, as well as the rubrics for reporting in the future and any input that the council might want to have in those metrics. We're fully open to, because now we have the staff to actually fulfill the requirements of the office.
Right. Cool. And now that you all also are fully staffed, you, Robin, and others have the opportunity to tap into leadership and training experience. And could you speak to how you intend to kind of elevate knowledge within the office, and so that we are, meeting the metrics that we'd like to meet via by the ordinance?
As far as the reporting, or just
No, just in general.
general management.
In general.
Okay. Yeah, no, professional development is really important. In fact, I just had a meeting earlier this week. I think it was just yesterday. Oh my goodness, I'm already thinking it's Wednesday. I had a meeting regarding scheduling some of those for myself. But as far as training for the office, there's a good deal of training that goes across the spectrum. Mostly, it's NACOL related, has been where the starting point has been. And that those trainings are predominantly focused around the essential background of policing. So that, for example, I had an interaction with our office manager at one point where I had assigned her a webinar that to review it regarding gun serialization and models and everything. And afterwards, she was beforehand she was asking why do we need this? And I was like, well, you're going to need to understand the difference in guns that are popping up in reports or that people are referring to. There's all these peripheral pieces of training that are necessary for oversight that don't seem obvious at the outset. And it's a constantly evolving field across the country. So yeah, I look at it less so as training and more so as continuing education.
Sure. Thanks. And then there is a real concern about having an Office of the Independent Monitor that isn't necessarily accountable or embedded within the bureaucracy. And even talks or floating the idea of integrating the OIM with Department of Civil Rights or some other departments. And I'm wondering if you had any thoughts right now. I understand if you don't because it's
no, I do actually. I was initially very sympathetic to this idea because honestly, being the head of such a small department and being a bit siloed out as this independent office, it's a tempting idea to look around and being like, can I join into anybody else's team here? But the problems behind that became immediately apparent to me once I looked into it a little bit deeper. Basically, there's a long history of studies and research that has been done that has shown that a truly effective police oversight needs to be independent from the mayor's office or the council, independent from the city's inner political machine. And so in order to have the OIM remain independent, that wouldn't work if its administrative functions could be frustrated simply by an appointee of the mayor's office, for example, through the DCR model. It would just be 1 degree of removal. And as a result of that, we end up in quite a legal quagmire every single time. For example, I might disagree with the head of DCR regarding the funding of certain projects that should go to OIM, because under the ordinance of the OIM, it's protecting the independence of the office and actually forbids any administrative staff from jeopardizing those efforts. So it's okay, now translate that to something as simple as a question over funding for a project next year. Is the head of of DCR denying my funding for a printer? Is that violating the ordinance? These are all these are obviously silly examples, but you can see how this can grow into much larger ones down the line. So that independence of the office is inherent to its actual function.
Yeah, thank you. And then I have 2 more questions. I'll be real quick. Well, the questions will be quick. I don't know how your answers will be. What is the impact of removing the data analyst position?
It would be a mortal wound to the office. As it stands right now, I've been doing my best to try and explain to people that the Office of the Independent Monitor is not a complaint department. Unfortunately, the complaint process has, been a major
aspect of the growth of the office, but ultimately that's because, I'm the one that would be doing the investigation, so it makes sense for me to work on that process. With the inclusion of a data analyst, we are adding in an entire third of the department's purpose and lifeblood, which is department-wide analysis of MPD's trends in policy adherence, misconduct, investigations, arrest disparities, everything. Anything that you want to oversee in a police department, you can't do that without data science. And because otherwise it's always going to be an individualized, well, this interaction happened between this person and this other person, and this is what the outcome of that was. That is itself important, but it doesn't inform department-wide policy change.
Right. Thank you. And that's last question. I asked this earlier as well. We, as the city of Madison, have the only civilian oversight board in the state. And to dismantle it, have a mortal wound, as you stated, in a position that's necessary for the functioning of this role. What would it mean to dismantle the Office of the Independent Monitor, specifically in the context of Wisconsin?
So I think that a lot of the people that spoke during public comment actually addressed this very beautifully, and I want to express my heartfelt thanks to all of them. Honestly, it kind of broke me up a little bit listening to all of it, and I really appreciate everyone that came out to speak to that. I have a very, I wish that I had a different answer, but I have a very bleak guess as to what would happen to oversight in this state if this office and board were to be defunded at this time. Madison is no, secret, is, a very blue stronghold within this state. And we know that oversight offices are more likely to start in these bluer cities. If Madison can't stick to its values, if Madison can't hold on to this promise that it made to the community, I don't think that places like Fond du Lac or like any other smaller towns in the state are going to look at this and feel any kind of confidence in building their own. Madison, whether it likes it or not, is a leader here. And what we do next is people will follow, whether that is in our success or in a total surrendering of the principles and values that we so loudly said 4 years ago.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Harrington McKinney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Robin, I have a couple of questions. And I'm going to start with, because you said initially you thought about the department being siloed, your words, not mine. And then, and so when we look at, and certainly I am not suggesting that this go under the mayor's office, but when you're looking at siloed, you're looking at 3 people that make up the team. And in the sharing of information, it was, some cities had had more than 3 staff. And so when you see that you have 3 people that serves, and you would have to be responsible for, the size of Madison, speak on that and how that could possibly, if it were moved under the department where you would be, what kinds of shared expenses would there be if it was moved into a department like the Civil Rights Department?
Well, I mean, if it was moved under the Department of Civil Rights, then I would no longer be the head of the department. So the head of the DCR would be the one that is making the final decision on all budgetary decisions of the office. So as far as budgetary questions, the answer is all of them. Ultimately, there there wouldn't be a silo of independence for the office if it is under a different department. Now, as far as that siloing is concerned, it has been difficult to like put together a department of 3 people. Like one metaphor I keep using is that I was given 3 sticks and asked to make a circle, and I managed to do so. I feel confident in the team that we've assembled. I am confident in the processes that we're putting into place, and I'm confident in the amount of community outreach that we, or the community response that we've been receiving to renewed outreach. I really do feel that a lot of the decisions and choices that are going to be made by the board in the office are going to be quick. They are going to be responsive to the Madison community and the concerns thereof. And for that team of just 3 people, it's going to be a tremendous challenge, but at the same time, I think that it's possible to do so. I struggled with those 3 sticks and I found a circle, but I can assure you with absolute certainty that I cannot make a circle with 2 sticks.
Okay, let me just check that off. Thank you so very much, Chuck, for bearing with me. When in your comments, it came up how important the data analyst is to those 3 sticks that you just mentioned. And so when I asked you before, what was the matrix you were looking for when you hired the data analyst, you said you wanted someone who would think outside the box. Could you, that still doesn't resonate with me. Could you say more about what that meant when you said think outside the box? Because when I'm thinking about a data analyst, I don't think of someone thinking outside the box. So could you expand?
Yeah, no, happily. And if you don't mind me getting a little poetic for a minute, I'm going to expand on the metaphor. So thinking outside of the box, I guess with data science, the main thing is recognizing that there's more boxes to look in. Like one aspect that I was really honing in on when I was looking at candidates for the data analyst position was their willingness to consider outside contextual data sources when analyzing police departments, because every person knows about the data box of there's the census. And everybody knows about the data box of, there's the uniform crime report. But what I wanted to see was somebody that could look at something and say, well, what about anonymized GPS data from cell phones or eviction rates and these outside contextual data sources that can feed into a more informed and holistic approach to police oversight?
And as a follow-up question, is that the importance of the role of that data analyst, does that analyst, is it important that that analyst come in with non-biases? I don't know how to frame it, but I think that you know what I'm asking.
Well, I think that ultimately the data should speak for itself. And I think that as far as a means of protecting against bias, that's where the overall team is coming in. Like, it's no one person is going to be speaking on behalf of the office, not even myself. Like, ultimately, with such a small amount of people, like, for example, the data analyst would not be in charge of researching, writing, and publishing any kind of report out of the office entirely on their own. There would obviously be connections that they're working through with myself, and there would obviously also be a good deal of work that they would have to do with our office manager in order to tie this into like community outreach ideas and solutions. So, like, as far as a concern of any one potential bias, I I have two answers. The first is that I don't think it would be a concern because ultimately the office itself and the checks and balances within it would correct against that. And second, I find it very difficult. Like, honestly, if you showed me somebody that said, I have no bias one way or the other towards police, I wouldn't believe you. And certainly not if they're interviewing for a position in which they are going to be reviewing police data. Frankly, I don't think that somebody that comes up and says, I have no interest in the job is necessarily a strong candidate for the job.
My final question, and it was mentioned that the office was staffed by volunteers. And so in the process, when the hiring process happened, were there subject matter experts on that panel, selection panel?
Yes. So for
Could
each
you name
of those,
those? Could you name them?
yeah. I'm sorry. Off the top of my head, I can pull those up and send those to the council for each one. But I know that for the program analyst two position of the office manager, that was the panel was myself, another program analyst two within the city, and then one of the representatives of the board, and we emulated that same formula for the other interviews that came for the second hiring of the program analyst as well as for the data analyst. With the data analyst, obviously, the third person wasn't another program assistant within the city, but a separate data analyst. And I can get the names from those panels and get those sent to you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Madison?
Thank you, Mayor. Robin, if you would be so kind just to explain the difference between, because I've gotten folks who say, well, MPD already has a data analyst. Can you explain the difference between the MPD's data analyst and the OIM data analyst?
Yeah, sure. So the MPD's data analyst is hired, employed, and supervised by the Madison Police Department, and the OIM's is hired, employed, and supervised by the OIM. And I know that this is very dismissive. I apologize. And I know that this is very dismissive of an answer, but it really is that simple. Ultimately, we need to have our own independent data analysts because then they're, as far as that concern that was raised earlier about bias, a data analyst that operates in an oversight office has no benefit one way or the other in presenting the data to represent the department that they are not being paid by in one way or the other. Essentially, it's just one more way to eliminate that concern of bias. If we were to rely entirely on MPD's data team, which I'm not denouncing them in the slightest. I think that, they are talented scientists and doctors and very informed people. But as far as their role, they are employed by the Madison Police Department, and that is where their priorities lie. Now, if we were to not have a chief of police that is as friendly to oversight as Chief Barnes is, if we were to rely entirely on MPD's data team, then what would be there to stop a chief from preventing their team from giving us accurate data in the future? That this is where having our own independent data analyst is the important linchpin to the sustainability of the office, so that it doesn't just exist only when we have administrations that are friendly towards oversight, but that it continues to endure, most importantly, when we have administrations that are not friendly to oversight.
Thank you. One last question or explanation. There are folks who say, well, we already have a police and fire commission. Can you just explain the major differences between the Office of the Independent Monitor and Police Civilian Oversight Board and the PFC?
I would be happy to. So I guess while we're painting a picture, I want to include the team in PSNIA as well. That's MPD's internal affairs. So essentially, if somebody has a a complaint with police conduct. They've had an interaction with MPD staff and they want to report this. They can report this to PFC or to PSNIA. Either way, if they're sending it to PFC, it's going to go to PSNIA. So MPD is then going to investigate itself. And what they are looking for is whether or not, the code of conduct and standard operating procedures and such were actually violated by the MPD staff member. The difference between that process and OIM/PCOB is that what we are analyzing is what is the process and the code of conduct that was violated, and even if it wasn't violated, does it need to be changed? There's no analysis that's going on in the PFC and PSNIA in response to these investigations as to, all right, what are the policy recommendations that we can make from this moving forward? What have we learned? What can we do to change this in the future? Is there any other trends that we can look into as far as these kind of interactions? Is this an isolated incident or is this a citywide problem? These are all kinds of questions that are not being answered in that process through PFC. And those are the answers that the OIM and PCOB aims to find.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Conklin, questions?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And this might be a question for Attorney Haas. I was wondering what is it to be the full board of the PCOB? Like, how many members can they have, or?
They have 11 members and 2 alternates.
And can you tell me, is the board full right now?
No, it is not.
Has it ever been full?
Well, it was, initially, there was a full board appointed, and then there was staggered terms, as you may recall, so some members left the board, and there's been some challenges getting nominations from some of the organizations, and getting the appointments finalized.
But with all those nominations and referrals, the stipend has been included in all this for any organization or any person that's a part of the board?
Right, all board members are eligible for the stipend for both board meetings and subcommittee meetings, as well as attending training sessions.
Okay, so that was my point of just how the stipends have been there, but yet they're still having a difficult time to fill the spots on the board to make it a full committee.
I think that's fair to say.
Okay. And then this question is for Robin. I heard that the complaint system was just released. Can you speak on when it was released and how many complaints have came in thus far?
Sure. So we announced the publicizing of the intake forms. I believe that was at the end of the week before last. We announced that we were opening investigations yesterday. So in that time period, we've only had a couple of new complaints come in, but there was, as far as like just backlogged emails and like people that were interested in like filing a complaint, we had 5 separate people. So at this point on our selection queue, though, we have 4 complaints that are completed, one that I'm following up on to put together some additional information before I can categorize it. And then we're expecting there's going to be several more. Like, honestly, just in our first week, we already had 1 walk-in.
Okay, and where can people find the information to get the complaint form? And then thereafter, where do us civilians get the information on who was the complaint against, what happened? How are we going to get those results if something is coming forward?
So we encourage the public to visit our website. That's the Office of the Independent Monitor webpage on the city website. We have the intake forms in English, Spanish, and Hmong in Word, PDF, and fillable form. we ask that those be emailed to oim@cityofmadison.com. Alternatively, you can come into the office. We are located in the City County Building, room 501, right next to the Common Council. And we can fill out a complaint form with you there if you wish to walk in. So as far as the outcomes of these investigations, the end goal is always going to be like a final report. So for any kind of investigative report, there's going to be like a set rubric of questions. I'm mostly like leaning on past jurisdictions and their reports, specifically those not necessarily that are under a consent decree, but those that have like resolved from a consent decree, such as New Orleans, because I figured that that would be a little bit more or less insulting, I guess, towards Madison Police Department, which is a different kind of police department than a lot of the departments that have formerly been under consent decrees. So that was a long walk to get to the point that essentially the analysis of these investigations would be whether or not other disciplinary actions could have been brought, what policy and concerns or what policies led to the outcome, whether there are any recommendations that may come from those policies and decisions, and then any other additional concerns that might have been raised in the course of the investigation. And then as a result of that, once we discuss with the complainant themselves, one aspect of our community listening sessions that were held at the end of last year regarding the complaint process that came up a lot was the concept of anonymity and protection during the investigative process. And what I wanted to do, and this is why I've pushed back on the idea of sharing a complaint form with PFC and PSNIA, is I want to actually respect that concern for privacy. So in the event that a complainant wishes to maintain their anonymity, they can still have an investigation conducted, and their identity will be, protected as best as available, and they will be able to review any kind of report before it goes out. But then finally, when it is published, it'll be published publicly to the OIM webpage, and it will be presented publicly to the Police Civilian Oversight Board.
Okay. And then, Robin, I heard you say too, like your main goal was to get your team hired, to get your department together. And now that that's done, what is your main goal? Like, what are you planning to do for the rest of the year? I mean, can you tell me how your position is? What's your... Sure. Thank you.
Yeah. Honestly, it has... especially with everything recently with concerning the budget, things have been a bit of a whirlwind. But as far as what we're looking forward to before the end of the year, I'm going to go through all three of those sticks that make a circle. So Chioma Njoku, our office manager, is working on community outreach and strengthening the connections between our office and the community organizations. We've been scheduling one-on-one meetings right now with incoming board members or potentially incoming board members, I should say, and specifically the nominating organizations that are presenting those nominees, so that we can put together a calendar of events that the PCOB and OIM will be holding with those community organizations across all of next year. We want to also schedule a monthly community listening session that would be hosted by the office. So ultimately, as far as what Chioma is working on, her primary target before the end of the year is to have that calendar put together so that we can advertise to the city, when and where we're going to be across all of next year. Next stick, I'm going to go to our data analyst, Greg Galembic. He is currently working on a joint project with UCLA concerning anonymized cell phone data to address concerns of the racial disparity in policing and arrests. So that's what he is working on right now. I hesitate to guess what the timetable on that is with any kind of exactness as far as before the end of the year. I think it'll probably take a lot longer than that. But that's what he is currently working on right now. And as for myself, I am starting the investigations into intakes that are coming into the office. And I do want to take this moment to stress that intakes aren't necessarily complaints. If you have observed a instance of positive policing in Madison, this intake form still allows for you to report on that. And frankly, the office wants to hear about that as well. Good policing is a great metric to hold against any other intakes, for example. So just in general, I just want to, while I'm on my soapbox, I just want to let people know that, you don't need to just complain about, or you don't need to talk to us just when you have complaints about policing. Please let us know about the things that you like or that you observe and you approve of. Thank you.
Okay, and this is for Attorney Haas again. When in the ordinance, I will say, it said for the annual report that we were supposed to get the annual report. Was it specific to just the board was supposed to do that, or was it in the intent of the IM when they got hired, or how did that fall?
There are actually, as I think independent monitor Copley indicated, there are two different reports. One to be completed by the board and one to be completed by the independent monitor. The latter is to be completed by March 15th on an annual basis. So two separate reports. And the ordinance outlines what the requirements are to be in those reports.
Each of the reports, okay. Okay, thank you so much, that's it.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Harrington McKinney, additional questions?
Yes. Robin, I have to go back to the fact that your team consists of 3 people, and outlining opening up the office and really getting set to do business. Let me go through the questions I have, and then you can let me know what your thoughts is in keeping up. You are monitoring activities, and you are conducting the investigations. Is that you doing that, or who's doing that?
I will be.
Okay. And will you be meeting with the chief on a regular basis? You will be doing that?
Yes.
The referrals to the police and fire commission, will you be doing that?
Yeah, as the ordinance outlines, there's significant interaction between this office and PSNIA and the chief's office, as well as PFC.
The appointment of a counsel, if there is a case, like who selects the counsel for any cases that you deem that need to be moved forward, will you be responsible for that?
So that's actually a little bit complicated. The list of attorneys is supposed to be put together by the PCOB. And then the independent monitor, myself, would then select from that list representatives for a complaint. Ultimately, there's a question that arises out of that specifically over if a complaint might have a preference for a specific attorney, which I intend to bring before the Policy and Procedures Subcommittee of the PCOB to get that answered. And I encourage, any input from the council in regarding to that as well. My email is always open.
And so far, you've got 4, I'm calling them complaints. You might not have called them complaints, but you have 4 complaints.
Intakes, yeah.
That you are responsible for processing?
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue. I had no other alders in the queue with questions. Alder Miadze? Alder Miadze, you're muted.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, this question's for, of course. I was just wondering, do you think that you could properly investigate complaints better with body-worn cameras?
I do. I know that this is not necessarily the
Alder, it's still not before us, Alder.
but I do feel that way. Yes.
You should feel free to reach out to the independent monitor and discuss the issue of body-worn cameras at length, not in a budget meeting. Are there any additional questions? Seeing none, then it has been moved and seconded. And we'll move to discussion, starting with Alder Evers.
Thank you, Mayor. I put forth an amendment to the amendment. I think that's the language we're using tonight. I sent out an email to everybody. The funding level would not change, but the funding source for $98,000 of the $127,210 would come from the general fund balance, whereas the $29,210 would come from the police department not needing to use that money because it was mislabeled. Notwithstanding the finance director's concern, $98,000 is a small amount to take from
Alder, that's a motion.
That's a motion, yes, okay, I can speak to it as soon as there's
There a second? Alder Hanks McKinney will second. Would you like to speak to it, Alder?
Thank you, I'm sorry to get ahead of myself.
All right.
We did just earlier take nearly $780,000 from the general fund balance to an Amendment 1 in the operating budget. So we've kind of crossed that bridge already tonight. I do have concerns about taking money away from fleet services and also from the purchase services. I do think it's a bit interesting or perplexing that we are basing the amount of money we may need in legal fees from a history that's likely to change with respect to the PFC. And if we don't have that money budgeted, certainly we can, at a mid-year adjustment, we can do so, but in the meantime, we would need to allocate it. At any rate, I think this is a cleaner way to make up the difference, and I suggest that it's worth supporting. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. We'll return to questions if there are any on the amendment to the amendment. Bennett, is it a question? Yeah. Alder Bennett?
I just wanted to make it clear that the general fund balance is like, so this
Is it a question, Alder?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's
For
taking finance.
Thank you.
Apologies. This is taking from our rainy day fund to put into this position, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I want. Just clarify.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Field, question?
Yes, for the finance director, just to make sure I understand the multi-year impact of the amendment as proposed. If we assume that next year, in putting together the 2026 budget, the council wants to continue these various services, would this amendment have the effect of increasing the cost to continue for 2026 by $98,000 and change?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Are there additional questions on the amendment to the amendment? Seeing none, is there discussion? Alder Rummel.
Thank you, Mayor. And I've been talking with Alder Evers for, feels like a really long time about this topic. And so I want to just at least thank you for thinking, and everyone else who's thinking about this, but I really just concerned that you're pushing this off to next year. And next year, the council will have to decide, do they want to have an oversight body are we weakening it by using this funding source? Instead of, I mean, granted, the amount was less than, the full amount, but it's something enough to move forward to see what they can produce, but then without worrying that they're fighting for their jobs again, or at these positions and the various sources of funding. And I guess the question is, do we believe that the council in the past had, we want to support the effort to have an independent oversight body? Yes, it could be tweaked. We've heard from the various participants, so there's always improvements. But I think we send a message that accountability is conditional, as you maybe read today in the letter from the ACLU, which came into all of us today. So I don't want to send that message that it's all about we're in a budget crisis, so it doesn't, it changes how we view this process that people are reckoning with all across the country. So with all due respect to the Alder trying to find a way forward, using one-time money is not the answer. I mean, unless you're going to say it's going to go away in a year, if that's the message you want to say, just say no and vote against the underlying motion. But I just think it's not really fair to set this process in motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Knox? Oh, okay. Thank you, Alder. Alder Govindarajan.
Thank you. I mean, I think about this amendment, and we just passed a referendum, and it was one that none of us really wanted to place on the ballot, and one that I'm grateful that our residents decided to pass. But I think that comes with the responsibility that we have to show financial restraint to some extent, and dipping into the rainy fund is not showing financial restraint, clearly. I've been saying for some time, and I think many of us have been as well, that it's a deliberate choice to go up to the levy limit during the budget cycle, and we have to stop that. We have to stop making that deliberate choice. Other colleagues have mentioned that, yes, this just pushes it down one more year, but also this specific year with the referendum, we need to show that restraint. So I don't think dipping into the rainy fund is a good way to go about this. I'll be voting in favor of the main amendment, but against the amendment to the amendment, I suppose. And I encourage others to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Uguer?
Thank you, Mayor. I think we established by some of the earlier questions that the methods that were used in the original amendment, not the amendment to the amendment, were reasonable and prudent, and as has now been mentioned in comments just made, we're setting this up for a continuation of the level of support that's here for the independent monitor and the board. And likewise, these prudent adjustments to expenses are ongoing too and will be there again next year. So indeed, it is a sustainable kind of position to do what we're trying to do with the independent monitor and the board. I would also say that the use of the long-term plans that were developed that will become part of, not a binding part on future councils or mayors, but very helpful guidance. I went through 2 in-person and 1 virtual sessions presenting a lot of budget information, mostly to District 19 residents and so forth. And perhaps the most effective part of that was the ability to use our long-range planning to describe the difference between the impact of approving or not approving the referendum. And well, certainly we don't have to look at them as sacred. I think in terms of feedback I got from the people who attended those or read my summaries later, that by passing the referendum, we were handling everything and no dipping into the rainy day fund in the first year, possibly in the second year, and then no increase in probably until 2 years down the road. Those were all important factors in selling the concept of why a referendum made sense at this time. So while we're not talking about a large dip into the rainy day fund with this, still, I'm not going to vote for the amendment to the amendment because I'd like to preserve what we said to a lot of people during this run-up to the referendum. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Latimer Burris.
Yes, I would just, I'll make this as a comment, but it's really a question. I would like Alder Rummel to explain in very plain language why pulling it from the rainy day fund versus adapting unused funds and other methods leads to a problem of sustaining the Office of the Independent Monitor and the group.
Thank you, Alder. If any of your colleagues want to comment, they're welcome to do so. I don't have any other alders in the queue wishing to speak. Alder Govindarajan?
The finance
second
director.
time?
Oh, on this amendment, correct?
Yes.
I can be corrected by the finance director, but from my understanding, that's because the rainy day fund is a one-time use of funds. And next year, there's no guarantee that we would have that funds to continue, and therefore we're just pushing it back. I hope that makes sense.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Rummel?
And I think I agree with that. And I would just say this is funding a 0.6 position, which is a permanent thing that normally every year you think you got a job, but this would not give them a job in a year without making it like a 0.6 position again. So then you have to come up with whatever amount of money out of the levy for that. Thank you.
Alder. Alder Harrington McKinney. Alder Harrington McKinney?
I almost changed my mind. I'm trying to put my thoughts together. Is that the citizens just voted for a referendum, matter of fact, 3, but the one really significantly affects the city. And so repeatedly what I heard is that the citizens, even though they voted for the services, they really wanted the city to begin to really be held accountable. And it's not a blank check that referendum represents. And so of all the conversation that we have had tonight and the ability to handle, and we just assume that there are already 4 cases that are in that department. What if there is not enough staff to thoroughly investigate, or whatever that process is? I don't know what that process is. And it falls back on suing the city. So would the city then be responsible for the fact that we have a cobbled together OMI and PCOB? And so that's what my concern is that looking at the fiscal responsibility, so the citizens that voted for the referendum looked to our council to be more prudent in how we are spending the city's money, how we're spending the taxpayers' money. And I think that we need to be cognizant of that, because when you look at the budget from 2020 to 2023 of the OMI and PCOB, there is a variance there. And so I would like to remind us that we do have a responsibility for not only the residents who voted for the referendum, but for those that didn't, is that we are more responsive and fiscally responsible of how we spend their money. And so I'm just putting out there rambling, but that is in the forefront in my mind, is that we're pulling money from Peter to pay Paul, but at some point, if the city does experience a legal lawsuit, where will that lead us? And so I think that we're going down a very slippery slope that we don't have the answer to. But when you're looking at a team of 3 people, I'm wondering how effective that team will be if there is incidents where someone who is accused files a complaint and the city loses. So that's in my mind.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Knox?
Is it appropriate to call for the question on the amendment to the amendment?
We only have one other Alder in the queue.
Oh, I didn't see anybody. Sorry.
That's all right. Alder Tischler?
I'll be real quick. I agree with what my colleagues have been saying with the referendum. People were presented with a very clear choice on this issue. They voted yes, knowing full well that there would be reductions. I think what has been said is that we really need to be looking to leave money on the table. In this case, we should not be. I agree that we should not be spending right up to the levy. So I just want to echo what was said by my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue wishing to speak on the amendment to the amendment. So just to remind us, it's been moved and seconded to switch 98,000 of the funding to the general fund balance. All those in favor, aye. Those opposed, no, as your name is called, and the clerk will please call the roll.
Thank you. Alder Tischler. Alder Tischler, no. Alder Verveer. No. Alder Verveer, no. Alder Vitever. No. Alder Vitever, no. Alder Wahelia. No. Wahelia, no. Alder Bennett. No. Alder Bennett, no. Alder Conklin. No. Alder Conklin, no. Alder Curry.
No.
Alder Curry, no. Alder Duncan. No. Alder Duncan, no. Alder Evers.
No.
Alder Evers, no. Alder Field. Alder Field. Alder Field, no. Alder Figueroa Cole. Alder Figueroa Cole, no. Alder Govindarajan. Alder Govindarajan, no. Alder Yer. Alder Yer, no. Alder Harrington McKinney. Alder Harrington McKinney, no. Alder Knox.
No.
Alder Knox, no. Alder Latimer Burris. No. Alder Latimer Burris, no. Alder Madison.
No.
Madison, no. Alder Martinez Rutherford. Understood. Alder Miadze.
No.
Alder Miadze, no. Alder Rummel.
No.
Alder Rummel, no. Alder Martinez Rutherford. No. Alder Martinez Rutherford, no. Madam Mayor with 20 noes, 0 ayes.
Thank you. The amendment fails. I will just remind the body that one could withdraw an amendment.
It is the first time that this has ever happened.
One could in the future if one was inclined. All right, that brings us back to the main motion, which is Amendment 5, unaltered. Is there further discussion? Alder Rummel.
Thank you, Mayor. I first want to start by thanking the voters who voted for the referendum, because the thought of trying to save the whole, with facing all the potential cuts and this trying to save this office, I was just like, I have no idea. I had an idea, but I don't know that you all would have gone for it. So I want to just say thank you. And I do want to thank staff that really helped all of us sponsors, because you really did. So especially Christine, because I think Dave was on break, probably well deserved. But I had meetings with library director, transportation, streets, fleet, and DCR about all the ideas that were floating in my head. And one thing that really, I didn't mean to terrorize you all, but it did seem like in the 5% book, there were all these things that we could see. But what I learned, people, is none of that is really the 5%. It's all really the freaking 1%. Everything is, I really need that because of X. And just like, I'm a soft person. I don't want to take that thing that's really important because it's important to all of us. So finding to this level of detail, I never would have known I could. I mean, I guess I found the police, and thanks to Rachel Darkin for the fleet. But the direct appropriations was a really kind of a brilliant piece from our finance staff. So I really want to thank them and appreciate them for going through the path with me. And honestly, I want to say I didn't want to cut all of it, but I didn't know how to find the rest of the money. I'm so sorry. But I feel like we saved this position as a 0.6, so it's benefits. We kept a lot of the things for the board, and yes, we cut the stipends, and they'll have to deal with that, and a future council will have to deal with that, and through the year, we'll maybe discuss it more. But I think I liked what Alder Ugar said was reasonable and prudent, and so I hope you will support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Knox?
Thank you. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
I'm going to support the amendment reluctantly, and I say that because I really do believe in citizens oversight. I think it's a very important issue. I've served on this committee, as you all know, for 2 years, and I really believe that the goals of this committee is to promote accountability and responsibility over the police department. But I have to say that I think our brand of police oversight with this committee was ill-conceived from the beginning. I think one of the problems had to do with how people were brought on board to the PCOB. I was one of those individuals that signed up at large, submitted my application, and I think that's really how people should have been assigned to this board. I think it was problematic that there were organizational representatives to this board, and where many of these representatives were already anti-police from the beginning. And I think that caused some real difficulty for this committee to be focused on the goal of actually reforming the police. I don't think you can reform the police if you want to eliminate the police. And I think we had several representatives of organizations that it was pretty clear that was their purpose as it related to the police department. And then I think we had another problem where, which was obvious, we got sued because the process kind of became discriminatory and created a quota. And I really was disturbed by that because I think we have a city attorney's office that should have clearly made those changes with how people would get to that, be recruited to that board, or maybe even the director of civil rights. They're pretty clear about what a quota is, but that passed too. And so as a result, it cost the taxpayers $50,000 in taxpayer money. And it could have cost us even more if that person that filed that complaint had chose to get compensated for it. The second problem that we encountered on that board was in the hiring process. And I took several occasions to talk to the city's director at the time about the need for the city to HR to take over the process, find subject job experts to evaluate a manager, and then provide those finalists to the PCOB. But as we know, that didn't happen. After 2 candidates removed themselves or withdrew, we couldn't even go further on that list because the process wasn't handled appropriately. Now, this is my opinion, but you're hearing an opinion from someone who's worked in HR for over 30 years. And so that process failed, which caused us to have to do another hiring process, which, as you know how government moves, took way too much time to hire the person that currently is serving in that position. You know, I believe the people on that initial committee worked very hard, but I believe we also wasted time on unproductive kinds of proposals like proposing an unreasonable honorarium of $10,000. It just got ridiculous. So that was some wasted time, and also even situations where we were trying to hear from the police chief about his goals for body cam, where this committee actually said they didn't want to meet with the police chief. So how can you reform an entity that you're not even willing to meet with the head of that entity to find out what their ideas are about policy? Again, I think it was difficult. And really, I will have to say that it's not easy starting an office. And I know that's the case because I've had to start an office in Dane County. So, you know, I give credit to Robin having a difficult situation. However, we all have to, because in order to do that, you have to have a few things. Number one, you have to have some administrative support. And I don't think the independent monitor had that. Two, you have to have adequate funding resources. And three, you have to have a clear direction of where you're going. And I don't think that happened from the PCOB. So I'm going to support this proposal, but I have to tell you that, you know, I still have faith in it because I know it's an important function that our city needs to have. I believe we could get past those initial problems that we experienced. We can't go back and correct them now. But I also think that the PCOB has to provide the office with a clear direction. The city needs to provide clear administrative oversight. And I think at some point we might have to review this ordinance to make it what it should be for this office to function effectively. You know, and I say this, like I said, with pains because I struggled for 2 years on this committee. Matter of fact, it's the major reason I decided to run for election to the city council, just being frustrated by it. So I'm going to support this, but we really have to provide adequate administrative oversight. Those plans need to come to the city council so we know that they're effectively doing their job. And then I really do think that the PCOB could provide better directives, and we may need to have some ordinance changes.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Evers?
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank Alder Rummel and Alders Madison and Alder Duncan for the work on this. I will be supporting it, but I do think Alder Knox brought up some good points. I understand the need for independence, but I also believe that there is an appropriate role for this council to play in offering oversight of the oversight function. We all are held accountable in public life, whether we're elected officials, we work for the city and get a check. And there is accountability. We should not be afraid of that. We should not assume that accountability and oversight means we don't believe in the oversight and accountability for our police department. I think all of us here do. I know that I do. But the ordinance also says that an annual report needs to be issued on March 15th. That didn't happen 2 years in a row. And there's explanations and excuses that are offered as to reasons why that didn't happen. But it didn't happen, and it must happen now moving forward. I suggested that perhaps more engagement with the independent monitor and the PCOB with this body, perhaps a quarterly check-in of some sort. I think it's incumbent upon us as council members to be more engaged ourselves, to find out, perhaps to have lunch with Robin and the other staff members and get to know them. I do believe that if this had started within the Department of Civil Rights and this office could benefit from the mentorship of someone like Norm Davis, we'd be further along at this point. And the concern that somehow or another that Norm or that department would seek to short circuit our shared goals and police accountability and oversight, I disagree with that. But I understand the concerns that somebody like Norm Davis might not be running that department in the future, that somebody like the mayor or this council, that there be different personalities with a different police chief, but there will also be a different independent monitor and different staff. And the idea that new staff members would be able to have the congeniality or the collegiality and the mentorship and being part of a team is not lost on me, and the value and importance of that. One of the public comments said that you don't let kids write their own report cards. We're not talking about putting this office within the police department, but we're saying that our efforts, our shared goals of oversight and accountability for our police department deserve our best effort to hold that task accountable. Because in reality, if it doesn't succeed, we're not obligated to continue to fund it. And if individuals aren't getting the job done, they have no right to continue in that position. That's just the way it goes in public life. So I think we all need to look at ourselves of what we can do as individual alders to get more engaged. I think this office needs to step up, and they say they are. We'll have to see. I agree with Alder Knox that it may be important to take a look at the ordinance as it's written and see if it can be tweaked and if there are any changes that can be made. The suggestion that we be willing to go back and look at that ordinance and make changes means that we're trying to undermine our commitment to police oversight and police accountability. I categorically reject that notion. I think we have an obligation to make sure we're doing the very best job possible. We owe it to ourselves, we owe it to our community, and we owe it to the taxpayers. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Madison.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say, I just want to thank some staff, point out some tasks, like tasking ourselves, and also thank some advocates. But in short, when I read the mayor's proposal to remove $195,000 from this area and give it to the library, both I was happy and exhausted, or happy and frustrated, happy and like, wow. But so while I read the 3 or 4 sentences, at the same time that I was happy for the Imagination Center, I was also just very frustrated about this office. I also admittedly, transparently was like, oh, I'm just, I'm not even going to deal with it. I'm going to check out. I don't want to be bothered with it. But 2 words always come out of my mouth whenever I'm talking to anyone in the city, whether it's the mayor's office, other alders, or my constituents, it is Imagination Center. But I also felt some responsibility to also address the proposed cuts to this area. And so within maybe a day or 2 of that budget being released, I heard from community members who really did all the hefty lifting to get this office up and running, to figure this all out and set the tone for what will become what it is today. And so I just want to thank those folks, because I know myself well enough to know that I am very much task oriented, and I will ask for a list of things before I would sort of like ask people how they feel, for example. And I admit that right out. And so in those conversations, everything I asked for, maybe with the exception of 1 or 2 things, I think I got it all. And so I just want to thank I do want to thank Shadira. I do want to thank the community response team. And more importantly, I do want to thank Robin, because despite everyone's frustrations, even my own frustration, I just want to publicly say that everything I asked for, they followed through on, with the exception, I think the only thing I didn't get was because it wasn't available. So every question, every attachment, every document, all of those things I got. And there were all the rumors circulating across the city about the makeup of the committee, why there wasn't quorum. I've tried to attend a meeting, but the meeting didn't happen. But in this process of me hearing from the advocates, the folks who've advocated, the folks who've been hired to do this work, the folks who served on the board, the people that I really saw missing in the process, honestly, with the exception of, maybe one or two alders, especially Alder Figueroa Cole, we were missing in the process. So while I heard a ton of rumors, a ton of complaints, even myself, I didn't sort of take the time to understand or offer myself up to say, how can I be of service? How can I help? What skill set do I have to, maybe add some value to the space? So I just want to say, I appreciate everyone both for supporting the library and for supporting this area. But I do think going forward, when we find ourselves concerned or hearing rumors about things, even if it's just a couple simple emails, coming to a meeting, like Alder Everett said, scheduling a lunch, that we should be tasking ourselves to get involved, even just a little bit more. It is why I find myself attending maybe ALRC or I'll attend transportation, or other committees like older adult, aging, because sometimes something is rising to the level of I should pay attention a little bit closer. And this is affecting more people than just the committees that I am appointed to, for example. So I think that we too should be tasking ourselves with any failures that we believe has happened with this group, because to a degree, there's some accountability that we should be holding for ourselves as well. So I do want to say thank you. I want to thank our Alder Rummel, because too, in those meetings, we had some tough conversations. I think we both ended up talking with directors in the city where those turned out to be more emotional than we thought they would be. But we still came to the best conclusion that we could have. So I do want to thank Alder Rummel for taking a lead on this, and Alder Duncan also for co-sponsoring. But again, I just want to say that whatever failures we believe this group has had, I think there are shared failures, and we should not just leave it solely to this group. So that's my 2 cents.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Govindarajan.
Thank you. Want to start out by thanking the sponsors for this. There's been very valid concerns about the effectiveness of the OIM, and to a certain extent, I agree with those concerns. I've had a lot of time to do learning on this topic, and I've basically come to the conclusion that if the question is providing some leniency to better serve marginalized folks in our community, I think I'm okay with that. I think I'm okay with providing that additional funding. That being said, I do think it is the council's responsibility to enact some measures that the OIM is held accountable to specific goals set by the council. We want to support the PCOB. I think I feel confident speaking for the council maybe on that. We want to see them succeed. And to the PCOB and to Robin and anyone else on the team, like, if we need to provide more resources as we go on for the next year and we're seeing progress in you meeting your goals, I think there's a real possibility to get that achieved, because we should have this office. Again, Madison is the only one in the state that has it. I think that's valuable, and it's valuable to continue. So yeah, I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Bennett.
Thank you. Well, because everyone's doing this little thanking spree, let me get on that board. I want to just thank Alder Rummel for her leadership. Good job. This was a really daunting task. And to all the other sponsors, and to thank you, staff. You all are awesome. And the PCLB members, past and present. And also fellow comrades standing or sitting or wherever you are in solidarity with us out there. Thank you. And yeah, Also, I'm like really glad where this conversation is going because I was really worried about where this conversation could have gone. And I'm glad that it sounds like we all have a consensus that, you know, there is value to having an independent oversight to policing. And I think that's especially important at this specific moment in time where we have, you know, just elected a president that has openly stated that he'd like to give complete immunity to police officers. Having this is really important at this specific point in time to give civilians like the opportunity and the chance to have some sort of say in government and policing in general. So I'm not going to try to repeat too much of what other people have said, but the one thing I haven't really necessarily heard that I think needs to be called into this space is how the independent monitor and the PCOB is something that was born out of trauma. It was born out of the trauma specifically and especially of marginalized communities, of people of our queer community, people of our Black community, more very, very specifically, the death of Tony Robinson. That's what sparks the MPD Policy and Procedure Review Ad Hoc Committee in 2015. It took them from 2015 to 2020 to make the official recommendation to council to start a civilian oversight board in the first place. So it literally took 5 years just for like that official recommendation to be passed by council. And then another trauma, the death of George Floyd, for us to actually put resources and funding into it. And I think that's really important for us to recognize and acknowledge, like, I feel like there's like this additional scrutiny right now that's being placed on people that were under-resourced for the demands that we placed on them, when there's plenty of city committees we have, hundreds, or like at least over 100, something like that.
90-ish.
90-ish, okay, close. That do reports all the time, and it takes a really long time to get stuff started. And there is a really, really human component to it. I think Alder Knox spoke to that, you know, you are facing differing perspectives and having debates that are really important to have. And when we do intentional work centered around trauma, it takes time. So I do understand that, and I validate and understand like the understandable concerns about, you know, how things have fell through the cracks so much, and you know, what got us to the point that we are today. And, you know, I think that there have been plenty of good ideas put forward. I would very, very much welcome any alder that wants to look at their ordinance and chat about that. You know, I think at the very least, quarterly reports, having a 5-year plan, and maybe then looking at different things like the appointment process and the check and balance to that. I welcome any alder that wants to chat with me about that. But in the meantime, I'm really glad that this budget has been like at the point where we are now, because it really could have been a lot worse. So kudos to all of us. And let's keep this going. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Tischler.
Yeah. I mean, the fact of the matter, I mean, the referendum passed. The independent monitor and the board are not going away. You know, a lot of what I'm hearing tonight is honestly not completely selling this for me. You know, and the fact that we still will have an independent monitor, we'll still have a board. You know, progress can be made, and I just don't want to have us sitting here a year from now, without an annual report and nothing to show. So, I mean, there is an opportunity for work to go forward. And I welcome the opportunity, any discussion about ways that the council can be more involved. Again, I think it's important, that our predecessors on this council, made some tough decisions to have this, and it just hasn't, come to fruition. And but again, it's the independent monitor and the board are not going away. There's still time, and I just would like to see some more results before I put any more money into this. So I might be alone on this one, but I just wanted to say that.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Ugair?
Two things. First of all, I think we all know that multi-year complex systemic change is difficult. And so I did not expect that the BRT would work perfectly on day one. And I don't expect that the Oversight Board and the Independent Monitor would function perfectly on day one. Second, I think this is something that we need to do for our police. And I can say that because I think my family could probably have provided the stories for an episode of Blue Bloods. My great-great-grandfather was one of the first elected policemen in the city of Milwaukee, as was one of his sons and grandsons. My father was a deputy sheriff. My brother served for many years as lieutenant of police in Whitewater, was grievously injured and almost died, leaving 2 toddlers. And ultimately those injuries caught up with him, and he retired early and died early, earlier than he should. But I am reminded how he told me that values were important and work needed to be done in instilling greater values in American police forces. So I'm going to vote for this in honor of my brother.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Latimer Burris.
Thank you so much, Mayor. Just wanted to say the Department of Civil Rights, if I'm not wrong, started with 1 person. So I think what the office needs is, not to overload them, to be supportive, to give them time. Obviously that there are problems that have been challenges. Things have moved slower than we wanted or expected. And we have the right to demand transparency, integrity, and accountability, ask questions, make criticisms, et cetera, because that is how we grow and that is how we learn from our mistakes. I appreciate the openness to the questions, the learning, the sharing of perspectives. I think it was a couple of days ago, I had read a lot in the media. I hadn't been part of 2020, but had read a lot in the media, had talked to some different people, but I didn't get to talk to the people that were on the ground in the office. So I appreciate their ability to look at themselves. I was totally dismayed that with these budget amendments were in effect, this is how I feel, putting groups that are overworked, pitting them against one another. We dismantle causes that have been proven are difficult and even result in death. That we cut or gameplay with real issues that affect all communities, causes and people, and sometimes the least able or the least stretched are just pit against each other with amendments like this. Not amendments like this, but budget cuts. Senior versus BIPOC, LGBTQ versus police, DEI versus DEI, progressives against progressive moderates, conservative progressives, or not even somebody that's a progressive. People who have the least resources to fight for their causes, the library versus. So I would say that I hope that we understand these issues are real. We can be cutting edge as a city. We are cutting edge, and it's not going to be perfect. Finally, I would like to say that this will not be solved by an us versus them, but together, united in our differences. And what I mean by that is everybody has different points of view, all right? We're all allowed to ask questions, level criticisms, present our own facts, demand better, demand more, demand transparency. I'm hopeful that individually and collectively within this process, we actually will take a moment of self-reflection. And so as I'm listening here to these arguments and I'm watching the room and I'm watching some of the alders, I realize that if you self-reflected in this moment, you would realize some of the alders sitting on this panel, we were talking about their friends. Some of the people that came tonight got into the cause because their friend got shot when they called the police for help. So I'm not anti-police. I voted for the body cameras. My cousin used to work for the DOJ, for the feds. And I also am a black woman in America, married to a white guy. And I guarantee you that this year I will be pulled over 6 times and he will be pulled over 0. And it's just the way it is. We don't change it until we start looking at it and see patterns and data. So we need data because this city is run on data. Everything's data oriented. So we know how we feel emotionally about it as the most diverse council in the history of Madison. That will not happen again. But we need data, data, Dina, to back it up. So I just want to thank everybody for working on this. Thank you to the sponsors for putting it together. And I'm really happy that this budget season, we have gone down and dirty. We've gotten schooled by the finance department. We've gone and debated, and a lot of this got settled behind the scenes. I know I keep going to the finance department. I'm not sucking up, I promise you. But I think this is good. I'm really proud of all of us, how much we've grown. So I'll be supporting this, and thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Harrington-McKinney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have not decided how I am going to vote as yet. And I agree that we really do need to look at and rewrite this ordinance, how it's developed. And so I'm definitely supportive of that. But also, it concerns me that there is no oversight. These are the areas. There is no oversight of this committee. And we have like 90, almost 100 boards, committees, and commissions that are just floating out there that we have not dealt with. But when I look at the Office of Independent Monitor and the Police Civilian Oversight Board actual spending, in 2020, it was budgeted $150,000. They actually spent $2,100. In 2021, they were budgeted for $450,739, and they actually spent $39,941. In 2022, they were budgeted for $4,680,373. I'm probably not correct on that, but they actually spent $52,550. In 2023, they were budgeted for $473,168. Now I got the rhythm. And they actually spent $203.71. And year to date, they were budgeted for $509,450, and they actually spent $113,562. And even though I fudged some of the numbers, I messed them up. We just came out of a referendum, and I go back to those who voted for the referendum and those that didn't. The referendum passed, but we have to be responsible for how the city spends its money, its accountability. And recreating the Office of Independent Monitor and the PCOB is something that we really do need to take on. I understand the trauma associated, because the night that Tony Robinson was killed, I just came back to from St. Louis, and I was trying to decide whether I was going to run or not. And so I was in that crowd with Tony Robinson. Every time I pass the area where that porch, I always look over there and I just revisit that. But at this point, we must take on looking at the responsibility of oversight and accountability. What happens if there is a complaint that comes before this body and it is not investigated properly? That falls back on the city to be responsible for. Our alder already said that there was one complaint against the city, judgment against the city was $50,000. But if we don't align this body where there's an oversight and we can successfully stand by it as a city, we are leaving ourselves open. I absolutely believe that that we could use the Office of Independent Monitor and the Police Oversight Board. I think that there is a place for it. The way it was designed to be out there just trying to figure it out on its own, we have some responsibility for that because we allowed that to happen. But I cannot, in good faith, continue to support it without checks and balances put in place. And so there are no checks and balances that I've heard that came out of this amendment that says checks and balances. It's asking for quarterly reports. It's asking for the annual report. But I have not heard anything solidified that when the newspaper on tomorrow is read, what did this city, what did we do in order to be more responsive for the monies that the city has asked the residents to take on when they passed the referendum? And I'm sorry, I will not be supporting this because I think that we have not done enough to make sure that we are accountable for every dollar that we have asked in the referendum, which passed. And we have an accountability and we are responsible for those dollars. So I will not be supporting it.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Miadze?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to actually point out a few things of why, this was such a hard decision for me. Before I was elected, I served on the Public Safety Review Committee and later on the body cam feasibility, where I advocated for strong foundation of accountability and transparency. My hope was for body cameras alongside with oversight, police and PCBOB, and Office of the Independent Monitor would form effective system of ensuring justice and building trust with our community. However, after examining all the things that we're mentioning tonight, I was thinking to pause this for a second. But it wasn't until Robin mentioned the fact that he wouldn't mind using body camera to ensure accountability and transparency as a tool with the police. So even though after all that, I'm still want to take time to actually think about this. So I'll stop for right now, and hopefully that if anybody else has to speak, hear what they have to say. But that was my reasoning for all the questioning I was asking tonight. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue for discussion. So the matter before us is amendment number 5, which concerns partial restoration of funding to the Office of the Independent Monitor, pulling on funds from direct appropriations, fleet, and police. I just want to check, Alder Miadze, your hand isn't up again. It's still up, right? Yeah, thank you. So what's before us is amendment number 5. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor, aye. Those opposed, no. As your name is called, and the clerk will please call the roll.
Thank you. Alder Tisler. Alder Tisler, no. Alder Verveer. Aye. Alder Verveer, aye. Alder Vitever. Aye. Alder Vitever, aye. Alder Wahelia. Aye. Alder Wahelia, aye. Alder Bennett. Aye. Alder Bennett, aye. Alder Conklin. Aye. Alder Conklin, aye. Alder Curry.
No.
Alder Curry, no. Alder Duncan. Aye. Alder Duncan, aye. Alder Evers.
Aye.
Alder Evers, aye. Alder Field.
No.
Alder Field, no. Alder Figueroa Cole.
Aye.
Alder Figueroa Cole, aye. Alder Govindarajan. Aye. Alder Govindarajan, aye. Alder Ugair. Aye. Alder Ugair, aye. Alder Harrington McKinney. No. Alder Harrington McKinney, no. Alder Knox.
Aye.
It was aye?
Yes.
Thank you.
Aye.
Thank you very much. Sorry. Alder Knox, aye. Alder Latimer Burris.
Aye.
Alder Latimer Burris, aye. Alder Madison.
Aye.
Alder Madison, aye. Alder Martinez Rutherford.
Aye.
Alder Martinez Rutherford, aye. Alder Miadze.
No.
Alder Miadze, no. Alder Rummel.
Yes.
Alder Rummel, aye. We have 15 ayes, 5 noes.
15 ayes, the amendment passes. That brings us to the end of our list of amendments. So we are back to the main motion, which is to adopt the operating budget as amended. Is there further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of adopting the 2025 operating budget as amended by the Finance Committee and the Common Council? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor, and the operating budget is adopted. That brings us then to item number 3, which is Legistar 85776, the resolution that adopts the budget and the property tax levy. And I will turn first to the Finance Director to fill us in on the substitute resolution.
So, Mayor, the first thing you'll want to do is vote on the clause.
Yes. Do you want us to do that while you finalize numbers?
Numbers are ready.
Okay. So why don't you give us the numbers, and then we'll vote on the 8th paragraph, and then we'll vote on the overall.
So the property tax levy will be $318,100,323. That will be an estimated tax rate of 7.31 mils. You are voting on a supplemental increase to the levy limit of basically the carryover from the prior year of $14,042. I emailed to alders a clause that'll be added in the substitute regarding reauthorizing approval for position changes pursuant to Resolution 24-181, which was adopted by the council on March 13th, 2024. The maximum levy, including the $22 million approved referendum, is 318, 180, 560. That's subject to certification by the Department of Revenue. On the last paragraph, the total general obligation indebtedness expected to be issued for reimbursement. Now, this is the maximum combination of the new debt approved in the capital budget plus the carryover appropriations, $343,787,103. The water utility is $2,612,259, and the sewer utility revenue debt $15,756,200. Mayor, I believe that summarizes the key elements.
Thank you, Director Schmidtke. So to get it properly before us, President Figueroa call a motion on item 3 to adopt.
Move to adopt A5776.
Moved and seconded. And then President Figueroa call a motion to separate and adopt the 8th paragraph of the body of the resolution.
Move to separate and adopt the 8th, is that what it said?
Yep.
The 8th paragraph of the resolution, thank you.
Moved and seconded. On that motion to separate and adopt, are there questions?
I may have a question.
Is there, I'm sorry, if, Director Schmidtke, if you have the resolution in front of you, can you just read the 8th paragraph?
Be it further resolved, general debt reserves will be applied to reduce general fund debt service. The city will not appropriate funds of an equal amount for capital projects. In order to do this, Madison General Ordinances Section 4.17 requires that this paragraph be approved by a 2/3 vote of the council.
Thank you. President Figueroa call question? Alder?
Just a quick clarification. I guess that was maybe on the attachment was on the prior one maybe. Just want to clarify that the plan that we adopted is just a plan for future years. And just wanted, I don't know if that, it seems to be some confusion about that. We cannot really control future budgets, but we can suggest how that will happen.
Yes, that's correct. Think of it as similar to the capital improvement plan that we adopt for the capital budget.
Yes, so there was a concern that we are approving a transportation fee, for example. We are not doing that.
No.
This is not what is happening here.
That's correct.
That's the only clarification I wanted to make. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Are there additional questions on what's before us? Alder Latimer Burris.
So just on that, approving transportation, does that mean something like down the, 5 years down the road?
Alder, I'm sorry, I'm going to interrupt you. What's before us right now is the 8th paragraph of the resolution.
Okay, the 4.17, the MGO, which is the premium, using the premium.
That's what's before us right now.
Okay,
And we can address other questions separately.
okay, thank you.
So, thank you, Alder. Are there additional questions on the 8th paragraph? Seeing none. It has been moved and seconded to separate and adopt the 8th paragraph of the resolution. Is there objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we're recording unanimous vote in favor of the 8th paragraph. That brings us back to the underlying motion, which is to adopt the resolution authorizing the budget and the general property tax levy. While properly questions about the 5-year operating plan should have been asked on item number 2, if there are questions on that, I will allow it at this point in time. Alder Latimer Burris.
Yeah, I just wanted to go ahead and ask it is, since Alder Figueroa Cole brought it up. So is it like, will it become like the, long-range plan, comprehensive plan, where we refer to it like 5 years ago, this council wanted this, and so we have to implement this plan, or just putting it in there as a placeholder or a possibility?
Alder, I'm not sure how much clearer I can say this. When we adopt the capital budget, we adopt a 5-year capital improvement plan that is expressing this body's intent for the next 5 years of our capital budget. Every year, we can change in the actual adopted capital budget what we do. So just because something's in the SIP doesn't mean that it ends up in the adopted capital budget. And in fact, we often change both from year to year what we adopt in the capital budget and what is in the SIP. The 5-year operating plan in the operating budget is not even as detailed as the capital improvement plan is in the capital budget. And it is certainly no more binding than the capital improvement plan. It is expressing the intent of this body to have a 5-year plan around our operating budget. Each element of that plan would have to be adopted separately, and some of them would require multiple votes of this body in order to be adopted.
Thank you so much for the clarification. I guess we get into it because, sometimes we use that as a way to push something forward. So I do appreciate you going into detail and being very clear on that, Mayor. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alder. Are there additional questions on item 3? Seeing none, it has been moved and seconded. Is there discussion? Alder Verveer.
Thank you, Mayor. You can probably anticipate what I will be saying here. I wish to just take a moment, as we appropriately do every year, to very much on behalf of the entire council thank our very dedicated finance department staff. They are an absolute pleasure to work with. I would say anecdotally that we have had probably the fewest amount of budget amendments, both between the Finance Committee and Council, between capital and operating budgets. So it might, on appearance, feel like, oh, the budget staff had it easy this year, but absolutely that is, as we all personally know, not the case. With the unprecedented education of this community, led ably by the department's fearless leader, Dave Schmidtke, whether it would be those community budget conversations, various media appearances, what did we call it, Stump the Finance Director, whether that was accurate or not. Anyway, Dave just did a miraculous job educating the community and us elected officials on the realities of our structural deficit, how it was created, how we have to deal with it. So my kudos personally to Dave, but as always, I wish to thank not only Dave, but budget manager Christine Coe, and then her team of 4 budget analysts. So they did a remarkable job, as always, for us. Maggie McLean, Robert Mulcahy, Ryan Pennington, and Betsy York. So thank you on behalf of all of us, whether it was helping to prepare budget amendments or just the overall education that you provided all these many, many months. We are indebted to you. And then normally at this point, the mayor then can acknowledge all the others that worked hard in terms of the division department heads, budget contacts, et cetera. And of course, you and your office, Mayor. Thank you,
Alder. I will, but we have several alders in the queue. But I do wish to say just that our budget and program evaluation manager, Co, not only produced 2 budgets, she also produced a baby this year. So that's a lot. Alder Figueroa Cole.
Thank you, Mayor. I am definitely not going to repeat Alder Revere's sentiments, but I totally echo them. However, this year, I think we can all agree that this has been quite an intensive budget season, and I think it would be appropriate to acknowledge also the extreme amount of effort that came from the council office and the mayor's office to coordinate community engagements, and the city and so many people from city staff that volunteer to come to us in this journey. And I know that there's one person that I really want to thank personally, because he came in the middle of this mass, and I don't think he has stopped since he arrived. So Dylan, thank you so much for your support. It has been really noticed. The entire mayor staff has been very, very supportive throughout this journey, but a lot of weight has been put on Dylan. So I really welcome to the team. And again, thank you to finance and really everyone on the city, especially every single volunteer that came across for the community engagements. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Wahili?
Thank you. I'm not going to repeat what has been said, but I would like to add to express our gratitude to our community residents. I think if we didn't have the referendum, we'll not be here this early and easy amendment. So providing some of the services that we need to provide for our community, keeping our employees intact. It's really amazing that our community came together and passed the referendum. So I just want to say thank you. In addition to the staff, but also the community is the main part of this. So I'm grateful for all that has voted for. So thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Is there any objection to me speaking from the chair? Seeing no objection, I first want to remind us that there is an item 4 on the agenda. So last year when we passed item 3, we all got up to leave, and we do in fact have to both pass item 4 and vote to adjourn. Just warning you. And then I appreciate you all not repeating each other. I, however, am going to repeat a number of thank yous briefly, starting with city staff. Certainly the incredible staff in finance and Director Schmidtke for his leadership. We did ask more than we have ever asked of them previously in having to prepare 2 alternate budgets, in having to go through the process of not only figuring out the cost to continue, but supporting agencies in preparing 5% cut scenarios, and then supporting me and my office in putting together the executive budgets. It was a tremendous amount of work. And if that wasn't enough, we also asked them to almost single-handedly educate the entire community about what a structural deficit is, why it matters, and what we might do about it. And to do that in, relatively plain language that folks who have no familiarity with municipal finance could understand. And I think they did a remarkable job on that, and went far above and beyond and spent many, many long hours at many events across our community. And I hope that while we definitely want to continue to have robust engagement around future budgets, that we will perhaps not ask them to spend quite so many late nights out in the community. But I do want to thank, first and foremost, the finance staff, but I also do, as Alder Verveer suspected, want to thank all of the agencies, the management team, the agency heads, the budget staff, because the process really starts and ends with them. Right? They are the reason that we are here, and they put together the beginnings of the budget, and then after tonight, they will implement the results of the budget, and they will do that on a daily basis, and they will track the financial implications of that with the strong support of the finance department. But it is their day-to-day that we are talking about here tonight. I also do particularly want to thank the council office staff for their support and outreach and their support of all of you. But perhaps more importantly, I want to thank all of you, because I have seen, both from my time on council and then as a resident and my time in this position, many iterations of efforts to educate our community about the city's budget. And I do not think I've ever seen the level of effort that we put out this year, and that is largely due to your efforts and your staff's efforts. And I was very impressed by the variety of ways in which you chose to engage with your constituents. Certainly the collective effort to stand up 5 meetings at the beginning of the year, but also you all did a number of really remarkable things. You had your own meeting series, you had book clubs, you wrote blogs, you had one-on-ones. I mean, it was a real effort, and you should take credit where credit is due, because the council really did a lot of work there. Yes, you can give yourselves a round of applause. I also do want to thank my staff, my deputies, the folks who, the clerks that answer the phone in my office and dealt with lots and lots of incoming questions and opinions on the budget process. I also do particularly want to thank our communications manager, Dylan Brogan, for his incredible work, but also my chief of staff, Sam Munger, who really led up the budget process in my office and kept us all going. And then two final thank yous, and one is just to the city staff that work every day to provide services, because we all did put, I think, forward a tremendous effort to encourage a well-educated public about the referendum. It is, in my estimation, ultimately the work that our staff do every day to provide really high-quality services to our community that sold the referendum to the voters. And if they did not provide the level of service that they provide, there is no way that the referendum would have passed. And so I think we all owe a huge debt of gratitude to the staff that provide services in ways that are seen and unseen every day to our community and do an excellent job at it. And then finally, I want to add my voice to Alder Wahilihes in thanking the residents of the city of Madison, both certainly those who voted for the referendum, but those who, in ways big and small, shared their thoughts and opinions with us and continue to do so and continue to engage with government. Again, they are the reason that we are here and that we do what we do. So thanks to all. And having no other alders in the queue, what's before us is the adoption of item 3, the substitute, with all of the appropriate numbers. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of item 3, and that will take us to item 4, which is Legistar 84836, confirming the Madison Common Council meeting formats through March 25th of 2025. I will make 2 notes so that you do not miss them. First of all, we will not need the meetings of 1113 or 1114. Thank you all very much. And that the meeting of 1126 will be fully virtual. So please do not show up in chambers for that. The balance of the meetings through March of 2025 will be hybrid, both virtual and here in chambers. On item 4, President Figueroa, call a motion, please.
Move to adopt.
Moved and seconded to adopt. Are there questions? Is there discussion? Seeing none of either, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of item 4? Seeing no objection, we'll record that vote and item 4 is adopted. Are there announcements or any introductions from the floor? Seeing none of either, Alder Tischler, it's your turn.
Well, it's still 10 minutes to midnight. No, motion to adjourn.
Moved and seconded to adjourn. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of adjournment? Seeing no objection, we are adjourned. Thank you all.